All right, guys, welcome to the unexpected journey, right? It's going to be a bed painting Friday Tolkien edition, right? And we're gonna work on Gandalf, and I still don't know which one it's going to be. Is it Gandalf the Grey? Is it Gandalf the White? Is it Gandalf the Awesome? Who knows? Who knows? And I'm thinking that let's see which pigments do I like. Well, I'm going to apply colors, and maybe I will let the choice decide. Maybe somewhere subconsciously, I already know which one I want to paint. I just haven't had a chance to verbalize it enough yet. Maybe I don't know. I think that's the beauty of painting for me these days. That I really enjoy exploring, experimenting, having fun with pigments, and that's why I even decided yesterday to do actually fourth painting that I've ever done with acrylics. And I actually posted, and I appreciate your support and your comments and reactions to that quick sketch that I did yesterday for students from a different studio that I actually go and sit and want to paint for fun. So right after I finished the stream, and after I was painting for a couple hours, I decided to go and relax and paint for a couple more hours. And that's something that that you can tell that I'm pretty sure even in your own experience, there's a moment that you start enjoying things that used to be difficult before, right? So I think this is one of those moments. For me especially, because of that painting steep learning curve. Since this is really a very basic, a very, we can call this even introduction to painting if you wish, because we're just going to play with all kinds of stuff. And there are no rules here. This is just purely, this is a concept. This is something that you might want to think of that, oh, I woke up, immediately grab something to write and trying to catch the dream that I can't hardly remember. That's how I picture what would happen right now when it comes to this bed painting Friday. Because I want to enjoy that. I don't want to be restrained. This is not something that I'm doing a commission. This is not something that I'm doing because someone else asked me to. I'm not doing this. I'm pretty sure that we are not doing this for clicks. We're not doing this for clout. This is just me trying to understand what I like and what I dislike when it comes to painting. And what better way to test it than Gandalf? I'm so excited. I couldn't even, I was running late, and then I need to go faster because I really want to be here. I really want to enjoy painting after a whole week of labored painting, let's say. So as I mentioned, I'm going to work with acrylics just because I hope you guys are having your teas and coffees and drinks already. Thanks. Now I'll see. It is a kit painting day today. Something that will get me to paint what I normally wouldn't due to my low energy. Oh, we're also excited to be here. That's awesome. That's awesome. It's go. And here's the thing. I have these paints, and I'm gonna be sitting today as well because this is my a sitting station, and you can see a little skull in the background as well. Because when it comes to portraits, I always have my skull ready to be deployed in a moment's notice, right? So it's in 1, 2, 3. I'm already thinking in terms of pictures, and words are just not coming out of my mind, and my brain is definitely not braining today. And what I want to do is to show you that, and these are all equipment from my local grocery store, right? So you don't need to have a perfect studio. This is a little nook, little corner. I will take a picture of that and post it on Discord so you can see that this is just a really basic setup. It's nothing, just an easel, something that you are familiar with, DM7, because that's something that every one of us can do. Actually, yesterday I was painting that portrait, so I was sitting on my and this is going to be this is going to be funny. When I go to different studios, I always carry this. You guys are going to laugh. I'm just going to show you. So do you guys know what this is? This is a very, very small a chair that I have from fisherman's store. Like it's this small, like it's my hand, like it's this small. So this is what I was sitting on because there was no space there. And my painting was actually leaning. It was on the floor, leaning over someone else's easel. Right, so you don't need to have a fancy equipment to just have fun. And these pigments are really from the local grocery store. Not probably for kids. It was a you know, like you can find these. Let me just show you this. And that's all you need. And sometimes, maybe one day we can have fun with that as well. These are presents that even though it's gonna look corny, but I really, really enjoy these. And I have a bunch of these. I don't want to show it's something like this. You can buy. It's a really bad canvas. It's a really bad setup, and you can buy these in the grocery stores just to have fun with the paint. It has a really bad brushes. It has a really, really bad quality of pigments, but none of that is important. The important part is that it costs maybe 10 euros and you're ready to go, and you're ready to paint if you want to. So there is really no excuses. And I got these. I think I got this one as a present because my family knows how much I love to paint and how useful I always find any kind of it might be cringe. Who cares? I really, really treasure these things. So this one is not even open because it was a present, but and I want to keep it that way as a memorabilia. And I received this in my in my 30s, something that is for kids, because that's definitely the way how I behave. Anyway, so you can use these. That's not really that big of an issue in materials. And I want to show you that there is always a way to create a beautiful artwork if only if you wish and only if you're ready to do so, or willing to put some effort into this. All right, so that's that. Maybe I could even switch. And the palette that I have right now, there is also small. It's not bigger than my hand, and you can see this is my hand, so it's not that big. And what I'm trying to say is that it's actually a tray. Like if you're baking, or I don't know, you can use a baking tray. Last time I used a piece of a foam board as a palette. It doesn't really matter, and not even that is important. You can use a saran wrap for all that matter if you want to start a painting, right? And I'll show. I showed you multiple times the all kinds of crazy stuff that I use as a palette. It's actually still somewhere here. Last time when I was describing that, let me see. I used this. I found it. Just a second. It's behind. So I used this as a palette, in terms of emergencies, right? So this is actually there are sketches inside papers that I actually brought. That I actually brought with me, and I didn't have a palette, so okay, there is that little file that I can use, or whatever it's called. That you can get in almost everywhere. I'm pretty sure that you have one at home. So if you put your cutting board into it, you're ready to go. You have the best palette you ever had. So I usually only paint with acrylic, but now I'm trying to switch to oils. They're so different. Yes, you're absolutely right with this, that they're so different. And I have to say that for me, since I consider oh, I'm sorry, I just need to move these things on the side. And for me, since I am classically trained with oils, I think honestly that oil is the most difficult medium to handle or master, if you wish. Anything else, it's just then like downgrading from there. I think that acrylics are extremely forgiving. You can have so much fun with them. They dry very fast. You don't need a special treatment and preparation. You can start painting directly on the paper. There's just so many steps that you can just skip when it comes to a acrylic painting. But that being said, proper preparation and proper setup and so on and so forth, it's so beneficial. And it's beneficial because you want to achieve that kind of equilibrium when your pigments, your brushes, your canvas, your palette, and all the tools that you have work for you, not against you. And trust me, throughout 15 years of painting and suffering with this, painting on all kinds of materials, with all kinds of painting on all kinds of surfaces, and using all kinds of materials, just give you into perspective that you can paint. This is another sketch from a different day. It's on the board. It's directly on the board, so it's something like a shelf, right? And then from yesterday, just a second, I'll just bring it. There it is. Okay. From yesterday, it's on the paper. It's on the paper that was actually covered with a PVA glue or acrylic gesso, if you wish, right? And it was stretched on the board because I don't want the paper to buckle if I use a lot of water. It's going to buckle anyway, but as it dries, it's stretched nicely back. So it was buckled yesterday, and today I think it's kind of completely okay. The surface it's perfectly smooth. So that's advantage to that, because you're gonna really avoid then complications when you want to frame these things. I can right now cut it out from this, right? So I can create a nice incision here and cut it all alongside, and I have a perfect already created a frame with the size, and I can nicely put it into even a frames that they are cheap for photographs, right? So that's something that when it comes to preparation, when you have all these things ready beforehand, you're gonna survive a lot of headaches, right? This is I posted it, but for those of you who haven't seen it, I don't know if this is going to be able to see. I think not this way. Well, if not, so I'll put it that way for now. So this is what I did quickly yesterday with the students present. I just have fun. It was a full nude figure, so I couldn't really paint the whole thing because I didn't have that much time and not even the canvas that big. So I chose to just do a little quick study of a portrait and set it up and place it into a kind of a pleasing composition. So how long did it take? Hour and a half. Or hour and a half to two. Well, there was a 3-hour pose, there was a break, and I was also explaining things and working with students on their drawings. So it's not that fast. It's not that long. It's very, very quick. It's just having fun. Geez, you're fast. No, I'm not. I'm super slow. But I just relaxed, and I was already. And this is another thing. I was already. How would I put it? I worked 4 hours on an actual large painting, and my brain was already set. I was warmed up. I showed up. I saw a model. I sat down. I picked up my little small chair because I don't care about the position. I care about the composition. right? That even a rhyme. Maybe we can start a a rhyming channel. I don't care about the position. I care about composition. Okay, I'm getting good. So I sit down and I start throwing a pigment around, and and then correcting it because I can, right? And I was trying to explain to these students that you do preliminary drawing, you do underpainting, you do this, you do that, and before you realize you're out of time and you have nothing, just the measuring lines. And I after so many problems with this, I decided that I'm going to go the other way around. I'm going to start slapping the pigments around, and then I'm going to adjust them, right? So. That is actually a cool line, right? Right? It's a cool line. I know. His adrenaline started pumping, if you know what I mean. Oh yeah, it is. It's not about the position. It's all about the composition. Yep. And that's that. Yeah. Last time I was again on the similar. Kind of a free, that's this one. This is not very successful because it was a leaning pose, and I had really hard time to set up his neck, and there was a really cold, and there was a heater, and his whole face was red as a, I don't know, orange even, like really he looked like the orange, and I was battling that color and pigment, and I couldn't really set it up. So you can tell that he's leaning though. Yeah, you can tell that, but it's not really what I was looking for. It was complicated, and it was a profile, so it's really difficult to create volume when you have a profile. 3/4 are easier, right? But the important is that there is a exercise, it's a composition. And another thing is, I was actually quickly explaining to students that right now, since it's acrylic, I can go into charcoal, because this is a charcoal, into it and create a kind of a beautiful mixed medium, right? So I can start softening some of these like quick warmth. And I can see right now the ear, it's too dark. It looks like a hole in his ear, not just a skin, and so on and so forth. So, but there is potential to work on this, so you can still continue working on top of these, or we can actually cover these and we can paint Gandalf over her. It doesn't really matter, because these are all the things that you can do with acrylics without no problems whatsoever, right? I mentioned that I want to use, yesterday I mentioned that I want to use the canvas that I prepared. It's this one. Unfortunately, not that it's not possible, but I want to work with acrylics, so we work a little faster and we can do a bunch of adjustments. And there is a big no-no to work with acrylics on top of a oil. You can always work oil on top of acrylic, never the other way around. And if you don't believe me, well, just paint and you will see after a couple, maybe even weeks, what's gonna happen. That's a lovely portrait, keep it. Okay, so we will keep it, all right, okay. We can put it into a frame and do another bed painting Friday exhibition maybe one day, so it's going to be fun. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, because I was really running late. I'm trying to clean things around me, because I'm going to be seated as well today, and the reason is because I want you to be as close as possible to a painting, and this is the easiest way for me to achieve. Again, we have a little bit darker sky today, so it might be slightly dark during the painting stage, so I apologize for that. But as always, I will, since we have a finally functional Discord, I'm looking forward to actually go and take a picture and post it there in the bed painting Friday, so you can actually see how it looks as a final stage. And yesterday I took the pictures, but only on my cell phone. which is not really that good of a camera. So I'll try to do a better pictures if there's going to be a little bit more appropriate lighting. I'm sorry, not lightning, lighting. I need more tea because I'm. So, like I said, never acrylic on top of oils. You can do whatever you want on top of acrylics with oil, but never the other way around. So ideally it should be charcoal quick drawing if you need to do it drawing, then acrylics on the top to lay down the main values and areas so you don't have that white canvas, so it doesn't really feel that bad. It doesn't feel that, you know, menacing that it's all white and you don't know how to start. And then you can start developing things with the oil and bring them to your to the focal point, right? So that's the natural way of thinking about this. painting calls for lightning. Yeah, I would do acrylic, but I realize a lot of my canvas panels are prepared with oil primer. So oil today for sure. You know what? We can actually go and switch throughout the painting, and I'll stop working with acrylic, and I can switch to oils to show you that, you know, how easy it is to just go into. But the canvas should be completely dry because, as you know, oil does not mix with water. So yeah. And again, I'm going to use today. I don't know what's going to happen, but I have only, because these are the pigments that I have. So I have red, I have white, I have black, and I have yellow. So that was it's also a blue there. Maybe I will need blue because Gandalf the Grey, he had a blue hat, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm remembering it correctly, in the books. Or am I just mistaking for something else? We can use a black with white, which is going to give us a blue. Yeah, you can use blue instead of black. It doesn't really matter. For me, it's easier to use black because I'm just so used to it. That's it. But yeah, these are my four colors. It was a blue there, but like I said, blue, it's not really something that I need that much. So yeah, and then also for acrylics, you need a bucket of water, or not necessarily bucket, but you know, the something. I cut the bottle from mineral water, and I'm using a bottom part of it, so it's not really that. So the whole setup that we see here, we can actually build for 10 euros. Yeah, about 10 euros. So it's not really that expensive. Very limited palette. Yeah, I've played with Zorn palette before. It's fun. In fact, I was thinking of playing with it today. I think it's appropriate because when I was thinking about the Gandalf, either if it's gray, so you're going to probably use the gray pigments, right? And if it's white, you're probably going to use white. So it's not that much of a variation. Plus, we want to avoid complications. We want to avoid too many choices at the beginning or at the starting point, so it won't get confusing. Because remember, more pigments, more variations, more combination, exponentially more. You already have a infinite number of combinations with these for pigments. And I said infinite, it's because some of the values and transitions that you can create and mix, your eye can't pick up that easily. That's why, you know, it's like it's far more than our eye could ever need. I am scared. Why are you scared? Of what? We are not painting Uruguay. We're painting only Gandalf. Gandalf is actually, I don't know, maybe you guys give me more info or more background about him while we paint. I think he's one that brings hope. Or am I wrong? Am I reading it wrong? Am I projecting some other character? I always think that I'm projecting some character. But if I'm not mistaken, even Aragorn said that in the movie, right? Didn't he say that in the movie? There was like one of the very sad moments after he supposedly passed away after the fight with Balrog. We must continue with no hope, or whatever was that official line. And I know I'm not that good when it comes to I'm not Tolkien buff, but I really enjoy these things. It has been ages since I watched Lord of the Rings, so I forgot. Yeah, that was a sad moment. And that was he said, because I think that just a quick, and here you guys, I have so many, I don't want to say holes, but yeah, there's holes in my knowledge, but I think that he is, like Gandalf, the White, is the second most powerful being in the realm after Sauron. Wait, wrong old guy. Yeah, Gandalf is from Lord of the Ring, and I think that you mean he basically saved Middle Earth. Yeah. You think about Dumbledore, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not that big of a fan of Harry Potter, so my Harry Potter knowledge is even worse than Lord of the Rings. Okay, what else do I miss? I have water, I have brushes, I have paints, I have canvas, camera is rolling, tea is ready. I think we can start. I just don't know what I'm going to paint yet. Well, how I'm going to paint it. So that's going to be fun, for sure. I love this. DM7, you have to, yes, let's go with the Captain Picard. That's like saying Captain Picard is in Star Wars. Do you start with a sketch or just alla prima? What do you think? What do you think that I should do? What would you like to see? I prefer to start with just the random. Well, let me show you how I would approach this. Since we are doing like a character creation or interpretation of a character from a beloved book. Hopefully, if I move all the way right here, my fat ass head, it's not going to be in the camera view, and hopefully I'm not going to spill all the bucket of water that I have underneath my. Okay, let's put it here. I'm a little restrained here. I have to say, I have to. And also, because I'm here, I will have to make sure that really, I think this would be okay. I think that my hand is not. My head is not in the way, hopefully. And I'm going to squeeze quickly, and I'm going to use really, I don't know, cheap brushes. I have some that are flats, and this one is flat, but I work with flats because as I work with the, and you can see this is rough canvas, right? There is a roughness to it. So it kind of works as a sandpaper. So that's why I don't really like to use really expensive brushes. So I'm going to go there with my palette with the touch of white. And this is something that I learned about acrylics. In oil, you want to squeeze a lot of pigment. Here you want to get rather smaller and then replenish them because they're just going to dry out. The yellow doesn't want to go. And the logic when mixing with these colors are going to be that I have a blue and, I have white, yellow, red, red, and black. And this is enough for me to work with. Actually, all of those sketches that you saw that I just showed previously, they were all done with these 4 colors. It's some people refer to it as a limited palette. Some refer to that as a zone palette. You know, fill the blank. It doesn't really matter. The idea is the same. You are limiting yourself because you want to. Oh, I forgot the paper towels. So just a sec. One more thing, paper towels, and then we can start. And the other helpful hint, or maybe tip for you who are not really familiar with the difference between acrylic and oils, I wouldn't even mix the brushes. The brushes that I use for oil pigments, I leave for oils, and the brushes that I use for acrylic, I leave for acrylic, because I don't want to cross-pollute these I don't want to cross-pollute, or whatever, yeah. Well, because I don't want to have traces of water and acrylic into my oils. That's what I'm most afraid of. Or worried? No, something like that. So I have my bucket of water, or as the British would say, bottle of water. They love to do that without R sounds. And I'm just going to first, because I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what it is. I don't even know if am I going to paint a 3/4? Is he going up? Is he looking upwards? Is he looking downwards? I have no idea. Maybe like a little preparation would be better. That's also another problem. I don't know which brushes I want to sacrifice to acrylic. I gotcha. I understand. That's just that's a difficult. How would I even call it? It's a difficult decision. Which ones you want to sacrifice? I just decided that these brushes are cheap, and I can allocate them for this, and that's that. And I don't look back. I already made that decision. So going back, it's no option at all anymore. So I'm thinking about the Gandalf and how he looks, what he is, and I'm still just like only in that a beginning stage, looking for composition. And when I said looking for a composition, I'm looking for something that would nicely represent him. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think that he had Gandalf the Grey right now, he had the blue head and the white beard, and I think that they mentioned some kind of scarf in the book. And something about the boots. I don't know, I don't remember. But since it's Gandalf the Grey, we should probably use gray pigments, right? So yeah. Yeah, I should just buy cheap brushes. Like I said, I always work with cheap brushes. I love cheap brushes. So this is what I'm thinking. Since I don't know what to do and how to do it, and I have this, like a white canvas in front of me, I'm just gonna throw some pigments there. And I'm gonna create like a mess on my palette off the bat immediately, because I don't know what's happening. And I'm thinking about maybe a little bit more water. I guess that would be more of the yellow. So I'm somewhere here, like I have a mud pigment, you might call it. But it's cool, it's fine. And I can start, I don't know, like let's start picturing him. I'll just adjust this just a little bit. I hope it's not going to change the position that much for you. Okay, so I can start maybe here, and then we can add some other variations and positions for his portrait, right? So maybe we could do maybe almost like a frontal, maybe 3/4 right here, and maybe some kind of other thing, maybe some other something. I don't know. Yeah, in the book, yeah, you're right. In the book, he had a tall, pointy blue hat, right? Yeah, yeah. But it didn't specify what kind of pointy head it was and where it was, yeah. Okay, let's take that, let's take this as our advantage. So this is how I would start. I'm picturing a silhouette. And you might do two things. You might go like, oh, it's a silhouette, so it's like, it could be something like this, so outside line, right? But silhouette could be simply, ooh, this is really rough. Silhouette could be something like this. But I'm thinking about the silhouette of a shape, right? And then maybe start developing, I just threw something on the canvas, so I have something to work with. This, we have no idea what this is, but maybe this could be this random brushstroke, this could be the end of the pointy head, right? So who said that his head has to be pointy like this, right? It maybe he's he's older guy. Who knows? You know, it's used to be pointy, now it's not. That's what I'm getting into here with the pointy hat. My paints are ready, just don't have a reference. I understand that you don't have a reference. You don't need a reference because we are working from imagination, and a reference is the skull right there. So that's all we need. I have it turned the other way around because I would like, maybe I could push, like that would be an eye right here, maybe, I don't know, on this way. Ooh, that's pretty cool actually. Do you guys see him? This is the head, this is the tilt of the head, and the pointy head could be this way, I don't know. Right? And these are the eye, and this would be like, he's gonna have a beard right here. Well, this could be one way to think about the character. From imagination, eh? Well, yeah, it's a book. I don't want to, well, because are we going to paint a portrait of Sir Ian McKellen? Well, we can do that. But he's an actor. He's not Gandalf. Gandalf is in my, I don't want to say childhood, but you know what I mean. So we could do this. I don't know. And since this is a Bad Painting Friday, you haven't had haven't read the book, so I understand. And another thing is that if you work with acrylics, I learned this the hard way. Always leave your brushes in the water, or moist, rather, because you're gonna you're gonna be unhappy. So I'm mixing this mud, and when I say mud, I said mud because it's easier to describe, but I am looking for something that has, you see, like a little bit of orange into it, a little bit of red, a little bit of that black, and a little bit of that white. Why? Because right now I created something that might work as a mud, but also harmonized, or actually it's something that will put all these pigments together. That's why I don't like acrylics. Yeah, you can't just leave your palette brush. Yeah. And also, when it dries out, it's just, it gets a little, it changes value. Or maybe it could be on this side, like so here, and we could just push the head somewhere outside right here. You see, like, I don't know, I don't need to, I can't really start like this. Oh, this is the head, and this is a neck, and these are the shoulders. It just wouldn't work for me. It wouldn't work. So what I'm looking right now is like how thick I want him to be. Like, do I want his head to have this kind of a direction, the shape, and then the beard is going to be here? Or do I want him to be like a little bit more like a thicker? I don't know. I basically already see that, yeah, and that's it. You have your concept, so you can move maybe, and you can do a couple of these random ones, and then choose which one do you like, because there is no limits to this. And did I do something like you can't? No, it's just a, maybe this way, I don't know. Should we give him maybe more, like maybe it should be like all the way like this, like the big one. He really has a big one. I don't know. Was there something about his head? Like something specific? Like the size of the head? Like, could it be like this? Could we take a page from a Rembrandt's book? Oh yeah, we should, you know, I'm sorry, WWRD. What would Rembrandt do? He really has a big one. Okay, all right. So he has a big pointy hat. All right, and it's blue. Cool. I'm going to show you how to create blue out of a. So maybe the head is this big, right? So maybe let's push a little bit more, like this would be like a shadow on his face, like somewhere here, maybe. Could be a hair, because he had hair right here, right? And that would be like eyes right here, maybe on this side right now. I switched to different position. And then as it curves up here, it goes down, because I'm trying to create the ellipse. Right? It will go this way. Yeah, I think this might work. Let's think about this. So that would be eye right here. Then there will be a nose. And then we could create like I need more space here. So he needs to go, because I need that beard. Because they said that he had a big beard. I remember that. Long white beard. Maybe. Let's see. Because it's easier for me to just play and have fun here than, like I said, being into that, oh, I created a head right now, I need to find an eye, and then I have to do all these anatomical things. I'm thinking about these anatomical things, but not necessarily specifically. I'm mostly interested in the shape of a shadow and shape of a light, and I'm looking for some, and this is beautiful with, check this out, with, let me just clean the brush and have a sip of delicious tea. Since this is acrylic and not oil, this is why I love this so much. I still have the same brush. I just rinse it in water, do a Bob Ross kind of a thing, that's perfect sound. I wipe my brush, not necessarily because it's dirty, but it still has a little dirt there. Not dirt, but little pigment, but I don't want it to be wet because I can see, you can see that the paper is already buckling because I put a lot of water. So right now I'm just gonna mix the pure pigment, right? And I'm gonna hit it with some kind of a, like approximately, maybe something like this. Let's start with this. This is too much, and this looks like almost crazy to me. Yesterday, this, when it dries, it just dries kind of random. And what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna find a, see, this is way too, I'm gonna find like something like his face or the light shape. Maybe we can put this a little bit here and this is going to be nose right here. And this is just nothing. I'm just throwing a pigment around because I like it, right? And this could be like, this is going to be the side, maybe a little bigger. There's going to be a mouth somewhere around here. And you know, what did I do? Nothing. And he had a walking stick or staff. Yeah, okay, all right. Right, this has nothing to do with anything Gandalf you like, but it's a good start for me. It's somewhere where I can, you know, I can start asking these questions right now. Like what do I want to do with his nose? Right, where is his cheek? Where's the opening for the eye? Where would be his ear? Do I see ear or his ear, or this is all going to be his gray hair and gray beard? Maybe this could be just all. And because it's acrylic, I don't care. I'm just throwing a pigment left and right. I don't care if I have a white right here that does not belong, because it's not important. I can always cover it and go over that. What I'm looking at right now, it's just a beautiful shape that I really, really enjoy to start carving into. Like so, right? There's nothing there. But you can slowly start seeing that, oh, maybe that could be a person. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not. But it could be. It definitely could, right? So these are these little things that that I would do before any measurements or anything. And I would do this, and you can see me doing this when I work from imagination. You can see me doing this when I, well, you haven't, but similarly, I work from life. Not similar, same way. And then maybe I need like a darker value. So I'll just take black and just, okay, right? I just needed something there. The diagonal, I'm all about the diagonals, right? So maybe this is going to be like that. A little bit of that nice kind of a dark shadow underneath the you think you were painting too loose? Looser than what I'm doing right now? I don't think so. And the beauty of acrylic, I'm enjoying it because I can do these nice kind of lines if I need to. There's going to be eye, could be eye right here, and let's push this eye right here. Check this out. And this is Santa Claus. Maybe, I don't know. So you can, when I was painting dark shapes, okay, I see what you mean. Look like a Captain Barbossa from Pirates of the See, this is awesome. So we started the Gandalf. Nobody is stopping us. Nobody's stopping us to switch to a Pirates of the Caribbean characters. And imagine right now you were trying to paint Gandalf, and you find out something that will help you to another project, to another character. If I am in the mindset that I'm going to paint Sir Ian McKellen, it's just going to be that's not necessarily you're kind of limiting your creative potential. I don't have Sir Ian McKellen in my head when I'm thinking about Gandalf. I have a wizard. A powerful, or the most powerful, second most powerful being in the realm, someone who is humble. He doesn't use his magic, like he doesn't throw these, like a I don't know, because he's a fire mage. As far as I know, he was born from fire, no, or he was created by a god. And also, he has that ring that he received from elves, what's the name of it? Is he's a and what I'm doing right now, I'm waiting while it dries a little bit, because what I wanted to show you is that right now, if I have this, let me just grab another different tool. I can grab my charcoal, and I can start actually drawing into it if I want to. I don't have to, but since we're having fun, I might as well do that. Another thing is, if you work with acrylics, since you're using water, the consistency of paint, it's a little bit more, little runnier. I have never been so dirty after painting. I have splashes of acrylic all over my clothes. I work with oil, and I'm pretty clean when it comes to finishing a painting session. Acrylics everywhere, on my boots, on my shoes. I'm sorry, on my jacket, on everything. You painted it on you share it on Discord. Okay, so this is a new thing for me. I have to click reset to Discord. Just give me a second. I can't, because all my devices are on the camera. Okay, I'll check it later, but I'm pretty sure that it's not as bad as you're talking about. Okay, I'm thinking that what could we add to this? Like, how could this be even better? Did Gandalf, did they say, was he did he have a long hair or short hair? I think he had long hair. I don't think that they actually said anything about his hair. I remember only beard, not hair. Long hair. Okay, all right. Thanks. These are the things that I'm blanking actually. Long hair and beard. Okay, so we can add a hairdo and hairstyle for him as well. Cool. Noted. And don't switch. What do you mean? It's perfect. Why'd you say that you? I switched to Discord. It's awesome. I already see the portrait there. Even longer version, even longer in the white version. Yeah, I think when he was white, he didn't even use head anymore. He was just whiteness all over the place. Like, not even white. I think he was like a light, more like a made out of light, or. I think it's dried sufficiently, so we can continue. So this is what I want to show you. That right now I have no, it's still wet. Doesn't really matter. I have a charcoal right now, and I can start actually having fun with the charcoal on top of this. But it's still wet, so But I can start drawing over this if I so choose, right? So I would start maybe thinking about where his eyes are going to be. If I am not confident when it comes to anatomy skills, I don't know. I hope that how would it? If I'm not sure, or if I'm a little bit more on that. Like then I'm going to ruin it, and so on and so forth. So when I think of it, a painting with acrylics would mean you have time To drink tea while you wait for it to dry sufficiently. Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. Another thing that I like about the acrylics, it's relaxing. It's actually way more relaxing than oil. I wouldn't switch to painting solely with acrylics, not at all. But it's way less demanding than oils are. Okay, so let's punch this a little bit. So I need some lighter pigment because I want to start. Maybe there's an eye right here. So this is going to be a cheek, and then maybe we could throw a cheek on the other side, right here. So this is going to be the light area right here. So I'm just going to go and throw almost a pure white there. Maybe that was too high. Never mind, because I can always go over it and just, And you can start seeing that this is slowly, it's not the right pigment, so let me soften it just a little bit. It's starting to be a little bit more what we're looking for, and maybe his nose is going to be red, I don't know. For now, it's going to be red, because I want to visually separate it from the other things. Not other things, from the other parts of a, and we have a Gandalf next. I'm just kidding. Maybe let's throw his hair, the gray hair, somewhere here. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe his hair right there. Maybe like a chunk right here. Right, just a little bit. All right, so we have mouth right here. We have nose, maybe even more nose on the sides. So he has these, yeah, right. We have eyes, we have head, we have everything that we need, and we can start having fun with this. And right now, the fun would be, this is when if you really want to be good when it comes to portraiture, this is where Rembrandt would show up in every lesson that I've ever. I want to say taught. I've never lectured anybody about anything. I just that would be the process of my thinking. Rather, I'll take it back. I'll rephrase it. It would be Rembrandt would be right now definitely to go. Why? Well, because who is better than showing shadows and atmosphere in portraits than Rembrandt? For me, right? So that's something that I would definitely I'd like to take advantage of. Another thing is that since I have only black and white, and obviously we went for Gandalf the Grey because he has head, see, like naturally out of that randomness, we created Gandalf the Grey. But it doesn't necessarily mean, well, hear me out here. It doesn't necessarily mean that I cannot create another character right here, which would be Gandalf the White. Still have a space there. I'm him. Hey, how's it going, man? Yo, it looks so sick. Thanks, man. This is just having fun with the pigments, and it's a bad painting Friday, so we're just throwing paints around. So. I hope that you're ready to join us and just paint alongside us, and also have fun with the pigments. All right, let's just, so like I said, there could be another portrait right here, so why not to see what will happen there? And it will be kind of a cool, actually, because if you think about it, and again, this is, if I'm not mistaken, you guys have to, I can barely draw this. Man, come on. It's just, this is a bad painting Friday. It's for having fun. There is no judgment. There is no perfections. We're throwing pigments around and enjoying Friday. This is instead of doing some other, maybe even harmful things for you. You can just chill with us if you so choose. It's not mandatory. And if you're here for a ride and just sit down and watch and enjoy a creative discourse, that's awesome as well. So you have plenty of choices. But I would love you to paint or create. You don't have to necessarily paint. What I mentioned is that this creative discourse, it's not, or Bad Painting Friday, it's not only for people who paint. This is if you sculpt, if you do musing, if you do whatever you choose. It's a be a kid again day. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So just forget everything that is happening around you and all the problems that you have, and just chill with us for a second. It's going to be fun. Right? And what I wanted to say about the Gandalf is that, again, you guys have to correct me on this, but he also could not necessarily predict future, but he was aware of certain events that will take place. He couldn't maybe point exactly why and when, and that's how he got into hobbits, no? Or am I again inventing things because I like that? Because Gandalf is my favorite. Gandalf is the... You are already in the color stage. I'm still establishing the shapes. I'm establishing the shapes with color. I'm doing the same thing as you do. I just throwing a color around. Because here's another thing. Okay, let's do this. I imagine that I am right now painting a portrait right here, another one. And another one, as DJ Khaled would like to say, right? And then I'm going to do this, that, in the halfway, there are eyes right here, and then I have this, and there's mouth should be right here, the nose is here, here is the hair. By the time I am creating all this, it's something that's going to be laying underneath, and my logic is, I'm just going to throw shapes, and then I'm going to overlay I'm going to overlay that shape with anatomical, correct, he would have a vision. And then I would, yes, so I'm right with that. I'm sorry, I'm jumping from back and forth. This trying to keep up with the chat and paint and talking at the same time, it's really taking toll on my ADHD. Am I correctly saying it? I hope I do. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that I'm overlaying a structure on top of a shape, and I'm going for the color because I'm thinking this is going to be light area. So I have only two options how to make a skin tone, which is white with yellow, white with red, white with black, right? It wouldn't work. So I need maybe white and yellow, and maybe a little bit of red to get that orangey. And I'm testing it, I'm looking at myself, it's approximately that. So I'm placing it there, and I'm creating shapes with color. Yes, in this case, I guess I should just go ahead and color it just to see what happened. Yes, exactly. But you're working with oil. So think about it. Don't go crazy with the thick pigment at the beginning. Test it, find your rhythm, and then start applying the thick chunks on top of it, right? Because it's not, I started with, like really soft, kind of a watery kind of a wash. And then I went into something a little bit more, more thick, right? But I have acrylic. I don't care. I can go as thick as I want because who cares? I can, you know, in 2 minutes or 3 minutes, I can paint over it. So it's not biggie for me. With oils, I would be a little bit more cautious. And then maybe something on the nose. So slowly we're developing. And see, like this is a fairly thick brush, and it's a brush stroke, and I'm just thinking about anatomy. So I'm creating shape, but instead of and where's my charcoal? Here's the charcoal. Instead of trying to really perfectly draw that shape, or let me just maybe put it here, where the dark would be, and then soften it and start finding the exact angles. I don't care, because I'm not sure if I even want the position for the eyes go this way. Maybe I should put them that way so they counterbalance the direction of the head. I have no intention to waste my time with specifics right now. There's no reason for it. There's no reason whatsoever. Like I said, it's hard to type and paint at the same time. I know it's hard to paint and talk at the same time. I have a hard time myself. So, but I hope that you guys understand that if I'm in the zone, sometimes my words or sentences might not make sense. So let me maybe think about the nose, which way it's pointing this way. I need to correct it and make it smaller a little bit, because I felt that it's starting to point to that direction, and it has everything to do with the shadow shape underneath the nose. So I'm going to correct that one. More here, this way. Cool. Yeah. Right. And then this, and then here, and then flare on the side. Okay, nice. And lighter right here, even more. And then this could actually go already. This could already be a beard right here. He had beard and also mustache, or am I tripping? See, I don't remember this. Huh. Maybe he had them. Well, he had the mustache in the movie, but I don't remember from the... Well, he has them right now. Yeah, mustache. Okay, all right, cool. And I think that we can maybe push the head even bigger. Right, because I kind of see, and this is why working with shapes is way better, because I just throw the random things around and I'm gonna adjust the shapes because I'm composing. Maybe we can do like a little swirl on his head, so it's not perfectly symmetrical as in the movie. This is going to be a shadow on his head. And since I have only 4 colors, there's not that many choices that that off the bat I can do. So maybe this can be like his mouth right here, just a little bit the shadow underneath the upper lip, and then maybe we could do like a little bit of a bottom shadow right there, which means that this needs to go more this way, darker. So I'm just gonna cover it with the shadow for now. Maybe he would be like so. Okay, yeah, this is better. Like I like that diagonal going here. So let's push the shadow there. We can have that little dip right here. Yeah, it's not perfect Gandalf, but we're getting there slowly. Maybe he could go. Maybe I can cut it here even more. Yeah. See, this is why shapes are so fun to work with, because I can start cutting into them as much as I want. Maybe he has like a little darker hairs right here, who knows? Maybe it's going this way. I don't like the... And maybe you can just go, maybe that beard is so big that it's just going to go all the way out from the canvas. And I'm kind of feeling that maybe we could do like a little bit more this way. Yeah, I like that a little bit more. That blue hat that he's supposed to be wearing. Yeah, this is just and I'm enjoying this very, very much, actually, I have to say. I said this first time when I used acrylics, it was so much fun. It's just like suddenly all the problems are gone because who cares, it's acrylic. I almost said that no serious artist uses acrylics. That's not true. I'm just, it's just, it's like a fight between who's better, sculptors or painters, right? The never-ending rivalry, starting with the greatest Michelangelo against. I know I'm painting Da Vinci right now. I remember how much fun you had painting that banana. Yeah, it was bananas. Bananas was, it's just, that was so much fun, so much fun. And I think it's because I don't care with oils, but I don't care with acrylics exponentially more about the result. Yeah, there was a banana on the shelf. And when I mean on the shelf, I mean we painted it on the shelf. I thought it turned out great. Yeah, I think it turned out great myself. I mean, not necessarily the painting, but the experience was great. Painting is kind of, I don't want to say trash, but, Ooh, maybe we can give him that, like a little bit of a eyebrow, like a bushy eyebrow, maybe thicker eyebrow, I don't know. Maybe here, this way. And he's just, inquisitive and looking at us inquisitively. Is that a word? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. So what I want to do right now, it's 1:33. So we were working maybe like 45 minutes, hour. I want you to guys step back for a second and look at what's happening, right? Because I got really so drawn into this, just looking and painting and not really paying attention to what's happening with the overall composition and overall shape. I was like too consumed by that. So I'm kind of glad I went with my weird palette. It gives that nice rustic color scheme, feeling with the transparency of transparent red oxide. I think that's quite fitting with the Gandalf the Grey. Yes, absolutely. I mean, here is the thing. If you take the red oxide and cover your whole canvas with red oxide, you remember I did that Slovakian First World War hero general. He was in the French Legion, or what? No, in the French. What's the name of that? It's not Legion. He was like a French army. Yeah, French Legion. I think it's French Legion. I'm trying to find that portrait. I don't know where they put it. I just wanted to show you the visual effect that might happen. Not might happen, that we're aiming for, right? And this is like, again, just a sketch because of the other big painting that I'm preparing. So check this out. When you have a really red underpainting, this is actually just the pure black and white. There's no other color there, just the pure black and white. That's it. There is nothing else there. So yes, you can create a beautiful, beautiful you can still cover it with that. You can still use that pigment and that transparency as a guide, you know. So you can actually cut into this with that pigment and do a nice, beautiful transition. This is, for instance, since this is not finished, this is way too light. This needs to go slightly darker so it rolls away from the viewer. You can see the ear is just suggested, it's not there. And this, I just place it with the palette knife. And the transparency, it's immediately working for me. So the places that are not covered perfectly are slightly darker, but they are not. This is the same thing. It's just the background. It's just the background. It's just the contrast, creating that kind of feeling of darkness. This, underneath his neck, I just bleed the background into my shadows, because it creates that kind of a natural kind of a feel. It almost immediately, that darker background or that warmer background immediately gives you all the shadows, and you just paint light, right? So that's one of the ways to think about it. Right now, I'm working on the white canvas. I don't really like it because his face right now looks too red. The moment that I would cover the background with some darker white, different than white pigment, it would immediately change the whole character of his face. Yeah, it works perfectly for this one. Yeah, definitely. I try to ignore. Well, here's the thing. You might try to ignore them, but they're there. So you can't ignore them. You cannot ignore them. If you, and this is something that you should start thinking about, since this is a Bad Painting Friday, cover it. Just go for it and cover it. Because if you assume that the white, it's not white, you can't really assume it because you're staring at it. My eyes are forcing me to adjust everything because of the white shapes that are around. And I'm battling with it after 15 years of experience. I'm still battling with this. And that's not uphill battle. That's the battle that you're going to lose. Every one of us is going to lose that because we can't simply know the real or true color unless the color next to it. This is why many good projects fails, because they are not thought through completely. I cover as much as I can. GM7, you covered it all, and that's it, and that's no problem. I like your slow excuses there. I'll do this, I'll do that. I'm just trying to make sure that you guys see the palette. So there is like just a mess, and I used a lot of white. That's another thing that I realized. With acrylics, white just disappears instantly. So much white that I have to use. So I was thinking, that I will go and I just buy a bucket of acrylic white paint in a hardware store. Because it costs the same amount. Well, okay, I cover as much as I can. It's still there. Okay, so let's get more. Let's get more specific. So that was the little break. I hope that you had the chance to refresh yourself with water or tea, and I'm going to squeeze a little bit more white there. Another thing is that what I don't like about these is that if they're sitting like this on the shelf, all the pigment is on the bottom. So when I'm trying to squeeze it, I have to wait for a half an hour. So I'm just going to put them upside down for now. Hopefully they're not going to leak. We'll see. All right, where were we? So what I'm going to think about right now, and I'm going to grab the charcoal, right? So I have my mouth right here. So this is my mouth. This is the nose. These are the eyes are right here, right? So where's that skull, or the circle that I was talking about here of his face? And I'm going to start correcting this slightly step by step. I might actually jump into a slightly different brush, just for the moment, because I want to work a little bit more, not on detail, but I want to adjust shapes. So a little bit of that, and then maybe even more here. Maybe it would go higher. Maybe his eyes could be slightly bigger. And not eyes, I'm sorry, eye sockets. So he looks a little bit more inviting rather than just, like when you are kind of a little bit of a nose. And he was slightly older, so we could give him a little bit of that wrinkles that are right here. But that's not that important. I'm just thinking that there's, with older people, there are wrinkles there, and maybe like here it's a wrinkle as the skin is getting looser. So this is a Gandalf without Botox. And then maybe we can have that sliver of light right here. Something that Rembrandt, and I'm gonna be right here, because this is where the Rembrandt would just start pummeling all the competition in his age. Maybe just a little adjustment for the eye, so I know where the eye is. It might be a little too light, but who cares? All without Botox. Yeah, because I think that Ian McKellen, he had a little Botox there. I mean, he's taking care of himself, right? So it's not like I'm picturing a Gandalf just roaming around having fun. I'm picturing Gandalf more like a Radagast, or what's like the the jungle one from Hobbit. little bit of that nose. And I'm modeling right now this area together with this area. I just need to find that, the sweet spot. And this is right now I'm starting to work what we were talking about, the adjustments, where the eye is, the symmetry, the nose, the dimensions, and all that kind of a cool stuff that you start work with at the beginning. Because right now I have some kind of a visual idea of what I want to do, and I'm going to adjust accordingly, not trying to make all the measurements and then thinking, how am I going to create a nice composition? No, I composed him randomly. I was just having fun with the pigments. Oops, did I hit the camera? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I have to be careful because this setup it's not ideal for someone as clumsy as I am. I'm going with the Ian version because that's the only version I know of Gandalf, but I like yours. I can see that he has that kind look quality in him. Ghetto setup, yeah, it's a ghetto setup, you're right. Yeah, because that's how I pictured Gandalf. I always pictured him exactly as that, like someone who had so much power, and he was aware of that power and the distraction. Like you remember when Frodo offered him the ring. I mean, that was a big giveaway about how powerful he could be, and how corrupt that might be for him. So I like that kind of a Gandalf. Like when you think about it, when the Balrog hit him with the sword or whatever he had, I think it broke, right? And he used just the shield. And I'm not talking about the actual shield, like a physical shield. It's kind of a like aura shield. Yeah, he was understanding of that. That would be immediate end of the Middle Earth. Immediate end. That would be full destruction. That would be something that we would refer to today as a I don't know, atomic war, like full-blown atomic war. Just no one would stay alive. And because of that, he definitely deserved the upgrade later on. Yeah, he definitely deserved the upgrade. Yeah. So I want to really, since this is my representation of this awesome character. I want to show why I like him. That's what this is. Yeah, the book is really difficult to read. Well, maybe not right now, but I remember when I was younger, you just sit down and there is like page. It was more, I don't know, have you guys ever read Moby Dick? Like Moby Dick is this powerful story. Yeah, Moby Dick is like Moby Dick. And the problem with Moby Dick is that it could be actually, the story could be done with I don't know, 100 pages, because there is a 200 or 300 pages extra about whales and the genesis of the whales, and the information there are, I have to tell you, they did not aged well, I have to say. Like the things that people thought about whales back in the days, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that it's just, I understand that they didn't know and they haven't had a slight understanding of how the whale actually exists, but the conspiracy about this stuff, oh, it's priceless. And it's a similar thing. I'm not saying that the Lord of the Ring it's about the whales, but there is so much other stuff that it's in the book that it is related to a story, but not immediately. So that's why it's so difficult to get over it. Whereas with Hobbit, it's just a quick book. It's just a quick story about little Hobbit having fun on the adventures. I actually read Hobbit in the hospital, I have to say. So that was my experience with Hobbit. So there will be a nose maybe here. Should I show a side of the flare and then there's going to be a top of a nose? This is going to be the most difficult thing for me right now because I can't really get the right values with acrylics because they look completely different when they dry. Would this be the... Yeah, we can put the highlight here. And maybe I could push his mouth a little higher up, like somewhere here. Maybe, yeah, that would be good. That would be good. See, these are the little adjustments. So I put the beard shape there because I liked it, but I think that it could go higher up. Yeah, yeah. Because he is getting too long, and then I would have to accommodate for him. This would have to go a little bit more wider. And I don't know if I want to go wider and wider. I just want to make him a little bit more, not necessarily compressed, but hopefully it won't require me to be in the hospital. Yeah, yeah. Well, let's not even. Yeah, no. It does. It's not the requirement. I'm just. I just remember when it was because it was it was so boring in the hospital. It was so boring. I read everything. I read even the instruction on the bed because of the boredom. It's more like I never can find to read books lately. I understand. Me neither. Me neither. But right now I'm in the bus, or actually in the train. So I have that. I forced myself into that position. So I kind of have time to, not time to do it. I created a conditions. So, because I'm lazy and procrastinating all the time and so on and so forth. Maybe even closer here, and we would give him that a little bit more pronounced crease. Yeah, I think that was a wise choice. Well, it was a necessary choice because, like I said, I don't really have money to buy a car and use a car. So, and if life hands you a lemon, you're supposed to make lemonade out of it. So I was like, all right, okay, I have to be here. Nice. I'm going to read the hell out of everything. That's why Discord happened so fast because, a couple trips in the train and things are there. Okay, so I'm correcting these shapes. So mouth is going to be right here, this way. Yeah. We're getting there slowly. So I need that big brush again, so I don't get too specific, because there is a long way to go with this painting. Even though it might look that it isn't, but it is a long way to go. I need more of that. More of that gray, like right here. Oh yeah, now we're getting somewhere. And then maybe I should cut into this. Yeah. I just want to give him a little bit of this. Yeah, like I love these kind of a loose hair. Maybe one could go this way. That's why I kind of, I was not necessarily unhappy, but I wasn't, you know, like in the movie, Gandalf looked a little too collected. I don't know. In terms of like how he looked, I never pictured Middle Earth being so clean and nice. But maybe it was. I don't know. Like let's say like I don't like this going like so. So that's why I love your stream. It's a way to stop myself and focus on art instead. Yeah, this is, and it's not my stream. It's the studio setup. This is group effort. Trust me, this is our group effort. That's why you rock. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, actually, we rock. Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And I love DM. Did you actually got it? You know, off the bat. You've been here what, half a year already with me. It's just having fun with the paint and really create some cool artwork. You understood the assignment from the beginning, which is remarkable. So this is where that beard is all going to live right here, like so. Yeah, I still don't like this. This is something that it has a weird shape, right? So let's dive into this a little bit in terms of understanding what can be improved. I'm bad with time, so I have no sense of how long I have been with you, but I guess so. I think I think we started last year. I think. And it's end of the March, right? So we're gonna approach to that half a year mark. Because for the longest time it was just me talking to the camera. And I'm thinking right now what to do and how to. I'm sorry, I'm just going into it. I'm trying to figure it out what to do with this and how to correct it. Like what would be the thing? This way. So this is going to be white as a paper underneath. Yeah, this is better. This is a better shape. So I'm cutting into it with just the white paint because I want to get rid of that dark white area. Yeah, this is way better. And then maybe we could just, okay, all right, I got it. This way. And it's going to be somewhere here. But this does not bother me as much because that's just a loose thing and can go, you can choose. But here I already went into a kind of a specific mode. So I have to correct it from a side. Okay, time to focus on painting again. Kind of wish I discovered you earlier, better than never, I guess. Oh yeah, of course, of course. I honestly, I don't even know. I don't even know. What was I doing before before you were showing up? So I have that shape. I have to back up a little bit because I really need to, you know, understand what's happening there. Yeah, right now the only problem is mouth. Before I can go to another stage, and maybe even beard a little bit. Okay, I see the problem with beard right now. The shape is kind of weird as well. So I want to go into a little bit more of a maybe to finish it something like this, because I like the shape a little bit more. Yep, and right now I have to work on this. It's kind of weird that because I have to. A little bit of his hair, maybe there's a little bit showing through here to create a little bit more of the interest. Like so. Nice. And then maybe, oh, actually let's do this. Since he was specifically with the blue head, let's unleash that blue pigment. And I want to see how it's going to look. I'm really interested. And this is a beauty that I decided to add a blue pigment. I don't know where that is though. Where did I put it? Ah, it's my back. Okay. I'm just, you know, so it's going to be, well, I'll put it here because it's like a extra pigment that we did not. And these are even the pigments are like, like when you would ask someone who does not really paint and bring me a blue pigment, bring me a red pigment, bring me yellow pigment from the store. This is what I would get if I ask someone who just like completely like, what, blue? Okay. Oh, wow. That's potent. Did we ruin Gandalf with this blue thing? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not, who knows, I don't know. Let's throw it there, let's see what's gonna happen. And this is when you start really, this is when I started actually, let me rephrase that, hating on pigment and color and oil and you know, like painting in general. Because I would then bring like something like this into a mix out of nowhere. And then I would be like, what am I going to do? This is catastrophic. Well, this is a good example to take a pause for a second and look what have I done. Like how, I don't want to say incredibly, not necessarily stupid this was, because it wasn't stupid. This is that exploration and experimentation actually, but because of this experiment, I completely threw off my color harmonies. And you can see that immediately the blue does not belong there because it's related to nothing. It has no business being there. It's just a random pigment. Yeah, that's what it is. We have to find a way how to figure it out, how to incorporate that ugly blue shape that I just created. I have no idea how yet. Okay. Yeah, let's look at this. Just going closer. Okay, maybe I should do this. Okay. Let's look at this upside down. Let's see what we're working with. Okay, I'm gonna work a little bit upside down just because I want to create a nicer shape. And right now I can see all the mistakes. Like right now when it's upside down, it looks like just a mush. It doesn't look like a portrait. So this is a time for me to really start being a little bit more I can slow down a little bit. And start thinking about what I want to do with this. And where do I want to push it? Since I have a limited palette, I introduce like weird color, weird pigment right now. We're back to a what would Rembrandt do kind of a situation. Well, I think the problem is in. Okay, let me see. And it's also slightly buckled too. It's still really, really wet, that pigment there. Never mind. Okay, let's maybe look at, let me step back and move away from that. Add a little white. Rembrandt would say add more yellow. Okay, all right, a little white, a little yellow. Okay, all right, good suggestions. Let's see. I'm gonna grab my, and you can't really see this, but I'm gonna grab my mirror and I'm gonna check the mirror reflection, and I step back all the way into my, all the way back into my studio, and I'm gonna ask Rembrandt a little bit, a couple questions. Rembrandt, what would you do? I think I might have some idea. all I can think is how warm golden Rembrandt painting were at Rijksmuseum. Maybe it's due to the aging process, but they looked so good. It's because of a varnish and exposure of light. I saw completely cleaned Rembrandt. You might not like it as much as old dirty one. It's just, we are just used to seeing them that way. And it resonates with us because it gives the kind of a rustic feel. But it's actually the height of his career. It was pretty bright. It was pretty bright. I had a chance to see clean Rembrandt next to an uncleaned one. Which painting was that? In Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg. When I was copying, actually the master of the copy, a person who was helping us or giving us these information about the, he's a restorator. He pointed out that I'm making it too orange, and it's orange right now, but next it's going to be like completely orange because of the light and how it affects oils and the varnishes and all the dust and dirt that is on top of it. I'm trying to think and find which one was it, like which one of these painting was it, but I can't remember. I can't remember. If you happen to remember, you can post it in Discord or something, no worries. Yeah, I might, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one was it, and I don't want to misguide you on that. Yeah, I can't find it. I don't want to necessarily waste time with that. So anyway, at least I had a chance to step up from the painting a little bit. Okay, let's see, what do we have next here on the agenda? So I'm going to clean the brushes again to make sure they're still in the water, but make sure that they are not polluted. And I'm going to start working, like you mentioned, with a little bit of white, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of yellow, and let's find out what's going to happen. The blue really threw me off for a second, but that's awesome. Why is it awesome? Well, because this is a Bed Painting Friday. Kind of curious how it will go. At the rate of their method, it probably will take a year or so to complete. I haven't seen the first. Speaking of varnish, night, which is being in process of being cleaned and getting varnished, getting a fresh varnish. It's interesting how we paint completely different. Mine's more and more rustic. Yours feels more modern. It's because I'm using acrylics. And I'm trying to, understand the medium that I'm using. And also, this is more of a having fun. Mine looks cartoony. Okay, these are, well, here's the thing. This is, remember, we're how would I put this? I don't want to mislead you with this. We are all making our own representation of Gandalf, right? There is not right and wrong answer. I'm doing mine being really how I feel. What I'm doing, I am imagining my Gandalf being good, being awesome, being extremely powerful, understanding of that power, and trying to help, because that's why I like him. That's what make me fall in love with the Gandalf as a character. Ian McKellen did an amazing job, no doubt about that, and it's absolute masterpiece as a movie. And I think that's why it's so good, because it's really, really good. It's different than I was thinking about that, but it's equally. I understand the decisions. I understand why it was happening. I really, really enjoyed that. Maybe like a little bit of a into his eye a little bit more. Yeah. We're getting there slowly. We need to start working with the volume a little bit more. That's fine. That's why we're here. So if yours is cartoony, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. It's a first attempt. We're gonna do multiple. This is not the last time that you are painting Gandalf. I hope it's not my last time when I'm painting Gandalf. I'm thinking maybe we could throw. Maybe you could throw ear into a mix. I don't know if I could. Should I draw ear or should I just go? Like that would be. Maybe I could just do it with the hair. Like so here, and then there is this right there. I can't stop thinking about that. It'd be a nice way to compare our painting if we do Gandalf now and then, and how it changes in time. Oh, definitely. I think it's an extremely powerful tool. And I was not really I hated my paintings. I really did. And I used to throw them away, and then I haven't had a chance to see progress. So please do not throw your paintings, even if you are extremely angry. I did that mistake, and I regret that, because some of my paintings, they were not good, but they were extremely educational. And I realized that I don't have anything to learn from when I'm on my own. I had nothing to, like when you're looking at I don't know, like a medals from participating, and you see the progress. Okay, I started to participate. I have done this. Yeah. See, it's really, really, and I understand why I did it, because I was angry with the with the result, and it's sad. A bit more of that redness in cheeks. I like that a lot, of redness in cheek, because that's something that brings that extra interest there. And then maybe I could just start working on that area right here. And starting to describe the form. Maybe a little bit more upright here. That would be a kind of a, maybe there will be a little light right here. And through the nose. All the way to another side. And then here. Okay. And right now I need to work on this shape right here because I don't like the beard shape. Okay. And then there should be like a light catching here. A little bit more maybe. Okay. Also, I think that this could go all the way up here a little bit more higher and then starts curving down and here and this way. And you can see like this is so beautiful because with acrylic I can just paint over this, and since this is going this way I should push it a little bit lower through the mouth and up in here. Maybe that will be the way. Let me see. Let me just throw pigment there. And you see, right now I drew a line, and the line is not really informative enough for me in what is going to happen and what should be next. So I'm going to immediately into that first dark value that I painted, and I'm just going to go there and just correct the new shape and see if I like this one more. And if I don't, that's okay. I can wait a little bit, and then again, you know, I have a chance to work with something on top of it, right? So maybe this would be better. And maybe you could go even all the way down right here. No, that would be too much. It would look like he has like something else than the head on his head. But I tested it, and as it is right now, I see this as I think of this as an improvement on the shape. So I'm just going to put it there, and from now on I'm working with slightly different shape of a head. I also thinking that if this is the head should be more like going this direction. And maybe it could go back right here, and it could be, it's going to look like a sleeping head. And then Gandalf's head. Or am I tripping? And you see like a difference here, like this is like really kind of warm, and as it dries out, it's going to go somewhere into this kind of a shape. So this is where his head ends, and where the head starts. So this is right now I'm painting a side of his face. It's in the shadow, but I want to show where the head intersect with. This could be maybe lower actually. It could go this way. It could be lower. So it's like a inside the head, or opening on the top. So it's like it's going more into his. Ooh, and maybe, what if I just cut it this way here and here, and I'll show a little bit of a, let me see if I get the blue right here. A bit of blue underneath. And actually that blue might actually serve a good purpose to divide to give me a little bit more room to play. Oh yeah, it's starting to look a little better. I'm still not convinced about this shape right here, so maybe it could go a little lower. Maybe I could show it through. Oh, okay, all right, now I see. Now we're talking. Now we're back on track. So I can actually show a little bit of showing through, and maybe hair could go. Maybe hair could go. Oh, I forgot to put it into water. And the hair could go over it. You remember I was talking about these little, and I always talk about trees and landscapes. How I'm thinking about what landscape artists would do with trees, and especially impressionists. Like, I could actually throw the strain of hair like right here. So and I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to put the hair right there, right? And what I'm going to create is going to be behind this. So it's going, and then there is a hair in front of it. It automatically creates that kind of a three-dimensional feel to it, right? So this is something that that impressionists would be so good with. So maybe it could go even more this way. Maybe we could just sway his beard this direction, because I don't know. It's like it's a wind blowing. I don't know. So maybe I should push the hair this way, so I have a straight from top to bottom. And that might actually help to show the tilt, maybe. It might actually. Now let's do a little dip underneath here, underneath the mouth. And then it's going lighter. And then there is a dip, maybe somewhere here, which I'm trying to indicate where the end of his chin would be. So this is going to be a lighter value right here. Yeah. And there is a chin right here. There is a side hair this way. And maybe his hair, it's kind of going from out of the, from underneath the head, and then maybe other side right here somewhere, who cares. I do not like this shape, this direction, so I'm going to change it, and it's going to go this way. Compositionally, I was not happy about that. Nice, better, right? So again, these are not adjustments necessarily only about anatomy. I'm still looking for the shape, for the something that is pleasing, something that I like to look at, something that represents that. What would be the word? Gandalf as a character from the book, right? And it's these little small design adjustments, and every one of us has a different ones, right? So you shouldn't be really, oh, I have to do this because he did. No, not at all. You should find yours, because after all, we talked about it for a while. It's your painting, it's your representation of who Gandalf is, and I think I need to train my arm or something. It's being a wimp now. Oh man, I understand that. You know what happens to me yesterday? I woke up today because I was sitting on that small chair and my whole back, it's kind of stuck because I was hunched over that. And mine is the shoulder. Ouch, yeah. Ouch. I feel you. I feel your pain, guys, because as I was hunched, it was really uncomfortable. But still, I would do it again and again and again, even if it's not really pleasant. And the reason is because that was a position, and I was not willing to sacrifice that. So it's my shoulder and arm, to be specific, because I paint loosely and do a lot of movement. As long as that paint isn't permanent, you're good. No, it's just when you are pinched. Like I don't really. What would I say? Like that, because usually when I paint, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. When I paint, I stand, and the moment I sit, my body behaves, I don't want to say unpredictable, but it has like a little bit of, it feels uncomfortable. So it's like a weird feeling. But I don't think it's permanent. It's just, I did that, and I think it's not even pinch. I think it's a like when you exercise too much and then you have a muscle pain. That's what I think that it is actually. Little detail right here, maybe slightly darker. Slightly darker here, because that would be the darker side, and I want to bring attention a little bit more here. Yep, that could work. And then I could actually then create a little bit of eye on the other side, and then maybe slightly lighter right here. Yeah. And then I need a maybe even lighter value right here. And the side of the nose. And the side of the nose, okay. Okay, and let's I'm slowing down right now because I really, I'm getting into that transitions, and I'm thinking about So yeah, showing a little bit more of the cheek. So I have a little bit more space to model. And the reason why I'm moving this is because if I put too much hair here, would have a really, really hard time to find some of these shapes here that are so important to when it comes to showing a form. So instead of covering the form, I'm forcing every element away. That means the hair, head, shadow, everything, because I want to create a three-dimensional feel. And I'm designing right now this shape right here, which is going to be, important part. Maybe I should probably start working also here, because I don't have a clear understanding of what's happening there. Should probably go more here. There's that. Okay, maybe it should be here. Side. And then here, this is the light area right here. Okay, and I am going to again stand up a little bit and move away, because I think that I was sitting again for a long time. The struggle is real, y'all. Yeah, it is. It is. And that's the, embrace that struggle. You deserve it. Just enjoy it. You really deserve it. You worked hard and it's your struggle, and no one should take it away from you. But look, like slowly, I add a little bit more light into his cheek, and I darken a little bit of the other side, move little shapes around, and you can see that right now I really slow down and I'm thinking about that. What's happening with him. This is not going to be a good representation because I have a light from a different direction, but let me perhaps move this slightly this way. Yeah, even more maybe. All right? This is not exactly, he has a little tilt, but it doesn't matter, because this is what I'm trying to show you, how much detail you can extrapolate from that little skull right there. And I'm trying to keep it off focus, so you see soft light and not these sharp edges, right? So look how powerful that contrast and the light is right here. Like, this is really light. Like, you can see it's just almost like white. It's just such a stark contrast, right? Probably there will be eye in that socket, but I'm thinking about the volume, right? So this is what I'm going to be focusing on to bring that three-dimensional bone structure underneath. I know it looks plain and it doesn't look as good as you would like to, but that's okay. We're working on it. This is not one brushstroke wonder, or whatever the idea that I had in my, it sounded better in my head when I said it. So this is not one hit wonder that you just really just place the brushstroke and that's it. I mean, I wish that's the true, but not for my way of painting. And also I'm focusing on this triangle of that, about the eyebrow, or as a part of the eyebrow. This is where the eyebrow is, right here, the ridge. And we all make the eyebrow dark all the way across, but there is a light area right here. And you can actually not only observe it on the skull, take a mirror and touch it on your own face. We all have it. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you were born. It doesn't even matter which, I don't know, which continent you're from. We all have that. We all have that. There's no question about that. So that's something. And right now, since I adjusted that orangey feel to it, suddenly the blue, it's going to fall into place. I'm going to put some reflections into it, and we're going to have more of that randomness there. Not more of the randomness, more of that, what's the word that I'm looking for? More of that harmony, color harmony. I'm sorry, I'm blanking. I'm gonna grab a tea. So I'll be right back. Just a second. And you should do the same thing. If you're not standing up from your painting, if you're sitting, you should do it immediately. All right? I'll be right back. I know that we promised that it's a 5-minute break, but meanwhile, just a quick reminder, or maybe something to think about. While my tea is brewing, I already went into Rembrandt, and I'm doom scrolling in the Rembrandt's book, searching and looking for these elements of anatomy, or the anatomical landmarks rather, that I was just pointing out. And I'm looking through his portraits, and I'm asking myself a question, or actually the question is how he dealt with that situation. How did he create such a powerful, a beautiful representation of a form, and the beautiful feeling of light, whether it's soft or harsh, whether it's based on the application. There is so many questions to ask for. Rembrandt, it's awesome when it comes to playing with the shadow and hats in the face. There is no better painter, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm really going to take a moment here while my water is trying to reach the point of boiling point. I'm sorry. So I don't want to waste my time with just maybe some random doom scrolling. Maybe I should doom scroll on Rijksmuseum's website for those stuff. DM, go immediately or directly to a Google art and culture project, the stuff that we talk about, and scroll there. There is plenty of Rembrandt's paintings there. It's easier, and they are in extremely good, high quality. Probably also actually supplied by Rijksmuseum. Okay, let me check if my tea's, the water, whether or not the water reached the boiling point. Oh, it did. It did. And don't forget also to refresh your eyes, maybe even clean the palette if you're working with smaller palette and with oil to keep it clean. And the reason why I want you to keep it clean is not because I have nothing else to do, but because that's that reset. My water is boiling. No, see, perfect. That means that we are in the same elevation. And for those of you who are not interested in physics, it's the higher you go, or the different elevation means a different boiling point for water. Maybe I could show a little. I feel like I need to show ear a little bit because that will give me a side plane. And other thing is that, you know, I know what I don't like. See, this is so good when you are really stepping away from your painting, because check this out. The problem with the head that I'm kind of feeling right now, it's the fact that this and this is nice, is symmetrical and same in the size and shape. So you see, I was trying to find something else because I couldn't identify something that I didn't like about it. Right? I stepped back from my painting and I immediately saw this area and this area being equal. And what was like a main point of can I ask where about in Europe you are in? I'm from Slovakia. Slovakia is a very small country in the central part of the Europe. Actually, I'm very close to exact geographical center of Europe. So it's not that far away. Maybe it's 20 kilometers away from where I am right now. So if you can find the anatomical center of Europe, or not anatomical, I think it's a geographical center of Europe. But since it's a Slovakia and we used to be part of a Eastern Bloc, they think of us as a Western Europe. Eastern Europe, but we are not. We're exactly in the center. Geographically, mentality, it's probably right to think of us as a Eastern Europe. It's a fair statement. I know that I know where DM7 is located. Where is she from? And Tolkien Princess, where are you from? What's your location? If it's not secret, I don't want to, you know. Oh, we have the same border. Actually, many of us, we were helping when the problem started. My cousin was directly on the border. So yeah, it was tough and sad actually. I don't know. It's something that you're in Oregon. Okay, okay. Oh, I know where's Oregon. I used to live in California. I'm a LA native. I actually, and since you're Oregon, you probably know, I used to live in Skid Row. I'm from Skid Row, so I'm a downtown LA through and through. I have some stories from Skid Row. You can survive in Skid Row. It's not that easy though. But since you are from Oregon, you probably heard about the Skid Row. It's probably the second most notorious part of LA after Compton, or as they call it, CPT there. I lived in the heart of a Skid Row on 5th and Main. I don't remember right now the streets. It was really a long time ago. So I've never had the chance to go up into Oregon. I always wanted to. I always wanted to visit Seattle. I thought that was my dream, but like long time ago, 25 years ago, Seattle was kind of something that I always wanted to see. I like Oregon, and I actually I like nature, and I know that there is a beautiful national parks in the area where you live. So I hope that you are thoroughly enjoying that beauty around. All right, are we all back? Welcome back, DM7. I hope that we're all ready to go back. And I was talking about that hat, right? Gandalf's blue hat, and I feel like you touched more areas than I ever will in my lifetime. I don't think so. It's not that much. It's just because of painting. It's all because of painting. I basically live on the edge of on the ocean edge, but also in the forest. Yeah, that's just that was my dream, to take PCH. And for those of you who guys don't know, PCH is Pacific Coast Highway. And I wanted to go all the way from San Diego to Seattle. It's just, well, I know that it's probably not the beautiful route. It's between, I think, between LA and San Francisco, but I would like to go all the way up. I think that's a nice spot to be, Tolkien Princess. Yeah. It's never hot here on the coast. I can only imagine. But I don't know. I remember that some of my friends, they used to go all the way up to Santa Cruz and surf. So there is a surfing extremely popular. But I've never had a chance. You know, you understand. If you live in Skid Row, you don't really have a surfboard. That's what I have to say. So maybe in the future I'll have time to go. I still have some offers to go and do some classes, but unfortunately it requires a visa and the permission and working permissions, and it's not really that easy these days for me to get to United States paperwork-wise. Well, money as well, but you know, before all that, I need all the registrations and visas and so on and so forth. So it's not that easy these days. All right, so I'm back because I'm getting melancholic here and want to travel to places where I Haven't had the chance to go. And definitely Oregon, it's one of those places for sure. So maybe you could share some of a beautiful scenery, and perhaps actually, Tolkien Princess, you should do some landscapes and post them for us, so we have a better feel for that beautiful country that you are in. But you know, DM7, you are currently in Netherlands. There's another beautiful country full of beautiful landscapes and scenery. So what are we even talking here? Plus, you have a Rijksmuseum in not necessarily walking distance, but maybe we can go together and do some plein air over there. Oh, I would love that. I would love that. Maybe actually that might be possible to create a little, like I'm going to be probably in the camera right now. I'm sorry with my head, because I need to plug my cameras into charger. My apologies. This is yeah, it's just a little too flat sometimes. Yeah, Netherlands can be a little too flat. It's just it's what it is, but it's still a beautiful country. I've never been, right? Actually, I traveled through, I think, when I went to Denmark. Because I was small, I was young, and my father had some business there, and he took me to Legoland with my sister. Because I I still am a big fan of Legos. Or actually, in US they call it Legos. Here it's just a Lego. All right, back to painting. Do you guys see everything? Is my head in the view? No, it isn't. So I went to Denmark, yeah, and actually to in Copenhagen, there is another big like amusement park. So we went there as well. It was a really, really nice weekend. Now we work with pigment Legos. Yes, it's not a bad joke. It's actually very true. It's very true. And you know what? Since you mentioned this right now, you kind of it's kind of a great point that I used to put together bricks with a certain shape and size, so they look nice. And this is basically the same thing. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, you guys are actually kind of near each other geographically. I should be the one to fly there. Yeah, you know what? This is Europe. Even though it seems the distance is short, we don't necessarily travel that much. I don't know. Maybe you have a different experience, but 200 kilometers, which is what? Well, let's say 100 miles. 120 miles, it's way far away from Slovakians, that's for sure. That's for sure. Close but so far. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, close but so far. Plus, it's not only that. Europe is slightly different with this because we have a different language. That's nothing. Yeah, that's nothing. But that's what it is. So it's something to think about when it comes to traveling in Europe. That is probably the biggest problem why we don't travel as much. Or it used to be. But first, we were divided into halves, which might very well happen again. And the second is language barrier. Every country has its own language. It sounds fun, but when you're trying to do something, it can be incredibly annoying. Luckily that we have English right now. Europe's concept of distance is different than US. Yes, that's for sure. That's for sure. Fuel cost, yes, and also when you think about American even cities or US cities, they're kind of symmetrical, so it's not really. I can get lost in my own city that I know only because I turn somewhere and it just suddenly I'm somewhere completely else that I have no idea what am I doing here. That's kind of a well, didn't think of that. Yeah, well, you don't have. Like, why would you even think of that? Like, that's not something that you know. That's not something that is obvious, right? And especially when you are in like old, because you know our countries are extremely old. Yeah, that's what I love about Europe. There's a lot more varieties compared to USA, even though it means more cons. Oh yeah, I mean traffic and small streets. You can't park anywhere. Oh my God, it's so many things. Yeah. But still, it's nice to experience that. Little smaller roads, and you have these beautiful like alleyways with small cafes and so on and so forth. So that's kind of a Europe style, and it has been really long time. And when you think about it, it's like 2,000-3,000 years ago. Premium biscuits. Good to see you. Good morning to you. Happy Friday. Happy Bad Painting Friday, actually. You are just in time to join us. We have having fun with Gandalf's character. And I'm working with acrylic today. Trying to figure out what's happening. Plus, it's limited palette, so it's just it's a great day to have fun. Maybe I could push this a little bit here and here. Okay, I have to start working on the mouth and the nose because I'm too invested here, and that's the problem with being for me when I'm sitting, because I get too much focused on one detail, and it's not that I would like, purposely focus here, but this is where I'm looking right now, and without moving my head, this is the only thing, and my eyes, this is the only thing I can see, so I can't really judge the whole painting, right? I just gave myself 5-minute permission to doom scroll on Rijksmuseum website to see how Rembrandt does it. Okay, well, it's not that you give yourself a permission. Damn, you have to start thinking about that this is a part of a painting. It's a research. Like scientists wouldn't just sit around and be like, oh, let me wait by the time something happened that we can actually write about. This is a part of a painting. I took a couple minutes and I wanted to look at Rembrandt, and I realized that when you look at Rembrandt's awesome heads, they have a different shapes from every side. So you are actually painting. It's the active. It not necessarily means that you are actively actually putting pigment on top, but you are preventing yourself from reinventing something that we already know how to solve the problem, right? So you're not wasting time, you're actually speeding up your process. Just a little bit here for the eye, because I wanted to show the nose, right? So instead of pushing it with a line, I just working with the shapes. True, but the problem is I want to paint not to look at anything, but you got me to think, so I just telling myself 5 minutes to be. But there is a research, maybe you've heard of it. I don't know if it's true. They had two groups of people, one actively exercising and another one thinking about exercise, right? So, and I tested this myself, not with exercising, but with other things. I am thinking and picturing myself doing certain motions, and then somehow I can trick my brain, and then it's easier for me to execute things. I learned actually skiing better this way. I couldn't go to ski. It was difficult. I didn't have enough resources, and it was in California. So there's, it's extremely expensive to do anything there, but that's besides the point. But I couldn't get to do what I wanted to with skis. So I was picturing myself skiing, and I was dreaming about that at home. And then when I got to a slope, I was flying. It was such a refreshing thing. And I do the same thing with the painting. Remember yesterday I was telling you that I couldn't even sleep because I wanted to go back to studio to paint, not because I had the urge to paint, because I had urge to fix problems with the painting that I created the day before. And they were not even the problems, I just had the feeling that they are problems. So that you're actively actually painting even when you're looking at. My master from the academy, Stitsenko is his surname. When I studied with him, he was over 80, and he was coming to school every day to help students draw. And one time, and his drawing skills are off the charts. And I'm serious, I'm not even kidding. I saw many people, and I've been present when people are drawing and painting, and he is just, he knows exactly what's happening with the forms. He knows exactly where to put them. He doesn't even need to measure anything anymore. He just sees it. But he's 80 something. But he talked to my classmate, because she was asking him some questions, and I don't want to say that he got annoyed, but he was like, he didn't know how to explain to her certain things. So he told her, could you please paint with your eyes for a second, or draw with your eyes for a second and not with a pencil, and try to see and visualize the motions and where the painting and where the pencil will lay down, and what effect do you want to create, and not just randomly just bashing things on the paper. It's not the way how to do it. And I immediately tested it, and it was so helpful. Okay, so we're slowly. I think I moved again towards that. Yeah, that might be, because I think that I moved the mouth a little too much here. Okay, see, I just found this is what was bothering me, and again, just a little adjustments, because this is a center line. It's going this way here. So this is where the center is. All right, so I was pushing it too much this way. Yeah, cool. So we have this, not necessarily figured out, but sorted that this needs to move this way. So let me actually, I wanted the darker value. Okay, and that will correct this. Okay, so this was, I knew that something is wrong and I didn't know what that is and I was trying to fix. Okay, and right now, no, that's too much. Cool, so I have to go back with it. All right, so I'm gonna mix again another pigment. Yep, and then I hope that my head is not in, no, it isn't, hopefully it is not in the way. And this is going to be again that darker shadow of his. Let me see from a distance. Again, guys, if you're not stepping up or stepping away, and not even a mistake, you are missing a chance to see it from a different perspective. I admire Rembrandt's self-portrait when he was 55 years old or about that age. He's too good. Oh yeah, he's way too good. He's way too good. He's way too good. So again, step back, guys, from the painting. If you're painting alongside me, and also make sure that if your palette is dirty, you clean it up. My palette looks dirty, but I don't need to clean it up because by the time by the time I will start painting again, it will dry out, right? So it's not that important for me to clean it. My head is again going to be in the frame. My apologies. Okay. See right now the nose is sticking out the wrong way. There's so many things that that I have to adjust. But that's good. That's good. That's the part of the game. That's why we're here. So at this stage, I could just, be like, it's not working my way, and this is crooked, and this is bad, and that is bad. Yeah, I know. I'm going to do corrections, and I'm going to slowly develop that. Maybe this was too harsh or too rash decision to put it there. So let me maybe correct it a little bit with a adjustment so that mouth could still be here. Yeah. And then I think the problem is here. There is a nose and it should be, okay, it should be more this way. The nose. Yeah. Definitely. And then maybe I could cut in here. Yeah. So I have to change the shape of the nose because it didn't work the way that I wanted to. Maybe my eyes are too under the eyes, they have too much of an angle. Maybe this eye should go a little bit higher so I'm not in that. That might be better. I mean, I want to have a little angle, but this might be too steep. So here right now looks a little too I don't know. So I'm going to move the eye a little higher. Yeah, I think that's going to help. That's going to actually help, maybe. Maybe. Let's see. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, yep. And right now there is going to be that eyebrow there. Was that too much? Maybe that was too much. Never mind, that's okay. And perhaps I should go and... This is not correct, so... It should go this way, then in, and then out, like so. That seems like too harsh of a line. Yep, and then I pushed the mouth a little too much this way. See, I mean, I pushed the mouth and I immediately knew that that's not the right thing. Instead of moving mouth, I should move the eye because the nose was in the wrong spot. Not necessarily the wrong spot, but you know what I mean. Instead of panicking, again, that's okay. It's a paint. I can always paint on top of it. I can't get the eyebrows low. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Remember, I have a, even though there is a dark eyebrows, right? I'm thinking about eyebrows as a, let me just show you what I mean. So there would be a shadow underneath the eyebrow somewhere right here. But the eyebrow by itself on the top, even if it's dark, would be lighter because it has a form. And then this right here, it's the triangle that I showed you on the skull. We would be this one. You see this triangle of the light? Specifically right now, because my hand is there, it's off the, and that's better because you can see, like, if I put my hand here, it gets out of the focus and you see just light. And on the skull, you can see that there is a lighter value right here where my head is, so I can't really show it. It's this right here. And then there is another change of a plane, which is this little triangle right here. And then it drops to shadow on this side. So this part would be shadow for me. This would be the triangle, and this would be the light area. So by that logic, I would start there, and I would think about the form before anything else. So this would be the lightest area right here. Definitely the lightest area. If there would be a light coming from that side. Because of the skull, it's actually turned slightly. The skull, it's turned towards the light. So before placing eyebrows, you can actually work without them and just create that triangular shape right here, and that's okay. That's fine. This is that triangular shape right here. I kind of broke the form right now, but it doesn't really matter too much. And then there is a side plane that goes right here, like so. So an actual shadow is probably only somewhere here when it comes to eyes. The rest, it's either halftone, just really, really dark halftone that it's on the light side, because the color of the eyebrow, it might be different, but I would definitely put something lighter here and then something darker here. So I show the turn of the form. As same goes, something lighter on this side even, and then as it turns inward, it would go darker, right? So what I would do is I'm trying to create light, So this is going to be lighter, and as it turns form this way, it's getting darker, and I'm exaggerating it, and as it turns this way, it's getting darker. It's not exactly, and you have to find the exact shape of that eyebrow, and every one of us has a different shape of eyebrow. And not only that, the eyebrow is a very powerful tool when it comes to expressing emotion. So If you have eyebrows that goes in like this and your eyes are here, you know that there is like, it's like you are angry. But then you have ones that go like so and you have eye. And then you look a little bit more surprised even. So in eyebrows, there is a lot of emotion. There is a lot of muscle that's pulling that skin left and right. That's why you can see that someone is smiling throughout the muscle movement around the eyes. That's why it's so difficult to trick or fake smile or genuine smile, because you have to activate the muscles that they are sometimes, and most of the times, with professional actors they can, but we have a hard time to activate the muscles that they are almost involuntary. So first there is a form, and then the second it's everything else. And you can see right now that my mouth are completely off. So this is what is happening right now with my mouth. So I have a form. As a shape, it looked fine, but the moment I started to develop everything else around it, so I have, let me grab this blue one. So if you think about the head as a sphere, I have a center line that goes this way, and then I have eyes that are going this way, right? So I have an eye right here, I have an eye right here, and I move my mouth right here. They look like anime characters right now. He looks like an anime character right now. So I have to centralize it because the mouth has to be here. And the nose is actually pointing out slightly on this side, right? So that's the problem that I have right now with my painting. I'm experimenting with acrylics and I'm throwing pigments around, and I have to find the way how to correct these mistakes. These are not mistakes in terms of your expression. These are not mistakes in terms of your artistic freedom. These are simple anatomical adjustments that you have to do. If you aim for a real character, or not real, naturalistic portrait. So don't worry about that. Just to make sure that you always, and here's the thing, I work with measurements all the time. All the time. So this is a very simplified version of it, but it's very powerful. The little funky drawing that I draw there. It's really funky, but it gives you. If you look on paintings of Rembrandt, for instance, or Michelangelo, or any old masters, when they sketch, they draw a circle, and then they put this is a nose and this is where the eyes are going to be, because of the orientation. That's the only thing that bothers them at the beginning, the main thing. And then you can orient it differently. So okay, so the head is the head is in the right position, but I want it to look a different way. So they put it this way, right? And the T means that this is the position for the eyes. So this is where the eyes are going to be, and this is where the center line is. And I'm going to have eyes right here, and the nose right here, and the mouth right here. On the other side, it's going to be eyes on this side, nose right here, mouth right here. So it's a completely different position and orientation for the head. If you check really old masters, let me see if I have some a suggestion for you when it comes to like a quick understanding. I might have a book. Let me see. If I have, because I have some old books that I used as a student that I haven't opened for a while, and I remember that this is what I found with every old master, like Renaissance and Baroque, and they did it with watercolors, or like ink with water. I think that Tiepolo used to do that a lot, if I'm not mistaken. They keep looking like a caterpillars. Other thing, soft edges. Soft edges. If they look like a caterpillars, it's because you're cutting them with the hard edges. So soft edges. That's something that I actually am not as good with acrylics, and that's why I'm struggling myself. Let me show you what I mean. So when you look at Rembrandt, you think that, oh, how detailed his eye are. No, it's just a mush. It's just a mush of paint. There's nothing specific there. So you have this, and then you have to soften that and slowly transpose, slowly connect it with just that, exercise that I was talking about. And then they won't look like a caterpillars because you're going to incorporate them into something, right? So I'm just trying to show you that I'm incorporating it into a skin, right? And that eye would be right here somewhere, let's say, and then you have that little part, the eyelid, eyelid. And then also it has its own form, and then there's the crease that it's underneath. That's just that's where the skin goes inside the eye socket. So that these things that you can all see, but if they are sharp, like if you draw lines, so you draw a line here on the bottom and you're trying to describe the shape like this, and then you draw that perfect eyebrow and you outline it, that's when it's going to look like a caterpillar. This looks like a caterpillar to me, but just a simple, just bringing a little bit of a softer value. Suddenly you feel like, oh, okay, it makes a little bit more sense. Who knows, maybe Gandalf did that on purpose. Yeah, that's a pretty cool, actually. Very quick thinking at DM7. Nice. It's a really nice. But coming back, yes, but yeah, what he said, it's about the edges. There is nothing. This is why I love Rembrandt so much, because you can really see how far you can push edge treatment, right? Let me fix the mouth, because I'm so annoyed by that. I can't even look at it. Just a little bit, so it's not that annoying for me. So I'm thinking about, this is my center line right here. I'm going to actually draw it there so you can see it. So this is the center line that I was talking about, right through him, right? And this might be wrong right now. Do you know why? Because my eyes, I changed the position for the eyes, and eyes are going this way right now, right? So my center line should go more like this. So this is going to be center of the mouth, center of, I think it's septum, and the nose rises from there this way and this way, right? So that's my mistake that I made, and I have to correct it immediately, because that's what. First of all, it's distorting the portrait, so he looks unrealistic, and even more, it actually is breaking the form. I'm trying to make the painting experience less frustrating. You can do it through. You can do it. Yeah, of course you can do it. This is, and like we talked about this, and we mentioned this multiple times. It's about the solving a puzzle. I found the problem. Right now, I have to find the solution for that problem that I created for myself. That is frustrating. Like, why would you willingly create an environment full of puzzles, and then trying to solve it? Ideally, again, stand up. Let's stand up for a second. Let's move back. Let's analyze that and then proceed. Just give me a second. I'll be right back. Just a sec. right, I am back. I'm sorry for that. I had to step out for a second. But meanwhile, actually, I thought of the fact that Tolkien Princess, if you'd like to, on the Discord in Bad Painting Friday, just take a quick picture. I know you might feel embarrassed and so on and so forth. We don't care about that. This is a Bad Painting Friday. So I can see, maybe I can give you a little bit more addressed help. Something a little bit more tailored toward your specific problem. Unless, if you want to, it's not mandatory, right? So it's up to you. Can confirm no judgment from me. Of course, there is no judgment whatsoever. This is all experimentational, right? I'm putting myself into position like into uncomfortable position, because I am supposed to be here, someone who knows what's up and happening. Obviously, I struggle myself, but that's okay. I put myself into this. I'm sorry, I'm going to be maybe again in the camera. My apologies if that happens. It's just people are sensing that it's Friday, so everybody immediately needs something or wants to hang out, I guess. I don't know. I see a lot of movement in the building. Or I hear a lot of movement in the building where my studio is. All right. I just want more people to paint. The world would be a happier place if we all do it. Okay, but I wiped the eyebrow off with the paper towel. Okay, that's fine. But here's the thing: you should have keep it there, only for us to see, or so we can see it. Because if you wipe it, then I don't know what your mistake was. So you could have actually keep it there. But if you haven't, that's okay. We'll look at it and we'll assess the situation and find the creative solution and how to solve the problem. Okay, so let me just start correcting these things as well. So it needs, I need more white. I need more white pigment, so a little dash right there. Also, he looks too young. Okay, and we don't know his age, so he can be young. Or do you think that because he has a gray beard that he's old? Don't say that, because I have a gray beard. I'm not old. I'm in my prime. They say he's like 2,000 years old. Yeah, but do we know how long he lives? Or his race, or his kind? Or what? How would I put that? Like, we don't have a point of reference. He might be, he might be like elves, that he never dies. So it's like I had this argument in the school once. We discussed the wings of an angel, and my teacher was telling me that these are not the real angel wings. So I hit them back with the quick question, and have you ever seen Angel, since you know it that well? And I've never had a good grade after that. No, I'm just kidding. It was just, it was maybe stepping out of the line, you know. But I had to, it was too. Looks flat to me. I want to make the hair look more real. Okay, let's, did you already post it? Let me just move away from my station, or from my painting setup. I'll just move towards the computer. Okay, all right. No, that's good, that's good. No problem whatsoever there. He looks too flat. Okay, here is why. First of all, we're looking at that connection between beard and a skin, right? I am trying to find, and it's again, soft edges, right? Because if you have a harsh transition right here, and then you switch to a different color right here, and you start painting here, these are not connecting. These are next to each other, right? But starting to overlap them and soften this edge, because the beard does not actually grow from the side. We just see it as a side plane, right? So that will be first thing. These transitions, as you have a beard right there, these ones are all connected like so. So you can't really, and I'm throwing them random pigments. So this is how I'm trying to, and you can see it right here that I am slowly transitioning from darker to lighter, or this is a dark cool, this is a dark warm, and then I'm going lighter and lighter, and this is the top of the form for me. I'll just put it really light with white pigment, directly white pigment. This is the top of the form for me. And as the form rolls from his cheek all the way here, it curves, right? So the transition has to be smooth and continuous, right? So that's why it looks flat, because we have this. You remember I talked about that if I paint or draw a circle, imagine that that's a circle, and then another circle next to it this way, I don't know which one is a front of which, but if I change it a little bit and then I draw it like this, you immediately see this one and this one are next to each other, and this one is behind them, right? Same goes for other objects. If my face is a spherical shape, as the form rolls away from us, a hair or his beard, it's starting to grow from this side of a circle, not from this point on the circle, not from the side like so, right? So that's the overlap, and I'm trying to create overlap with beard as well, because that's a very easy thing to do. Another thing is that, could I post in Discord for general advice? Yeah, there is a link in the down below. I don't know. And it's limited for 50 people for now, because I wasn't sure how many I will be able to manage. Yeah, it's a link right there. Go for it, definitely. That's why we have it. And we are right now in the bed painting a Friday section. Oh, awesome, man! See, this is and great. Talking Princess, you can immediately see what I'm talking about. So you have to start incorporating beard into that skin, rather than just dividing it with a harsh line. You really have to push that softer transitions. It's so thrilled that we are doing this together. Oh snap, there's a Discord. Thanks. Of course, yeah, sure. This is, like I said, this is a Bad Painting Friday, and this is our, experience as a, I mean, I wish that we are chilling in the same atelier, but this is an artificial digital version of the same idea. And Discord is actually helping. I just have to figure it out how to see a Discord, see chat, and be able to paint at the same time. So you guys have to be patient with me, but I will figure it out. Also, I have to point out one miserable thing that is that as I go to when I will be in St. Petersburg, they are not allowed to use Discord. Or actually, Discord does not work there. So I will have to find and work a way around and see what's up. Yeah, it's a rough ride for now. Don't worry. We'll find a way how to make it work. Of course we will. Of course we will. That's the beauty of it. That we're just gonna have fun with it, hopefully. So again, I'm gonna thinking about these soft edges because these soft edges are extremely important. They are everywhere. If you open the Rembrandt, this is something that I use all the time, and that's. It's called Art and Culture, and they used to call it art, a Google Art project before. So that's something that I use all the time. There's probably the best and the highest quality pictures that you can find there. So that's the reference that I use, and then also books. So if you can just look at the Rembrandt right now and check out all these soft transitions, that would be extremely beneficial in terms of VPN. Probably, yeah, I think, but there is a problem that you can't even sometimes actually log into your VPN. And then everyone, you got face down. I'm still on the abstract shape stage. That's okay. You stay in the abstract shapes till the point you're satisfied. I am actually going to switch to abstract shape as well because I'm not satisfied with my shapes and things that it's happening. Because right now, I feel like my head is just floating in the space. It's not composed properly. Right? So that's totally fine. I need to do something with the composition because right now it's really just the floating head. And it will get me nowhere. And I haven't added in eyes yet. I'm just going to cover my eyes if they're kind of provoking you that you have to move faster because it's not about the eyes. Yeah, you want to get give it a good old try, and that's what we are here for. I would have to move this way because I want to shape that nose a little better, and then this way, and then this way. Okay, I think that my nose was too big, might have been, yeah. And then I need to also get a little bit more value right here. And also I want to cover that line that I painted there. And I painted that line specifically so I can show you that it doesn't matter what kind of a pigment is there or what happened, you can always paint over it. It's a little bit more challenging, but that's okay, that's fine. I think that we could actually put, since I have it here, I could put a little bit more shadow on this side. And as I have this center line going, I could maybe adjust the nose. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. See, so I wouldn't be putting the center lines there, and maybe that would just took me another couple minutes to figure it out where the problem is. I just went ahead and I was just, okay, let's just move forward. And maybe there is going to be a softer transition here in between. So I connect that. And right now I'm going to step back and I'm going to look on that. Yeah, he's getting a little bit big nose. But that's all good because I'm picturing him with a nose slightly bigger. And that's another thing that when you think about, and this is a little bit more, again, this might be a little too unnecessary advanced information, but as we get older, we are not growing, but our cartilage is growing. So our ears, nose, they're going to get bigger and bigger. So if you want to add a little bit more of an age to him, you don't need to add wrinkles or anything like that, but you can start adding these things, like a bigger nose, maybe even a redder a little bit, you know, so it shows that it's being it's crazy, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's what's happened. That's what is happening. That's why when you look at older people, they have big ears and big noses, because that's a cartilage. Actually, if you look on the skull in the back, that's when you can see where the nose ends, right? Rest of your nose is just the cartilage that will grow and grow and grow and grow. In different rates, in the different people, it's not like a exact science when it comes to this. I mean, they know that it's growing. We know because we observe it, but I don't think that they have like an exact, it's probably genetics as well and so on and so forth. So there's, I'm not into that deep into detail about this. I should, but I'm not. And then again, I'm looking at this and I have to push the nose a little lower on this side because I changed that position for the eyes. Oh, I need to get closer to you. Okay, cool. Is my face in the way? No, it isn't. Okay. So that's another thing to keep in mind, that these things are getting bigger. Also, if you actually observed older people, they have a small chin, and it's kind of receding in the back. It looks like and especially people that they don't have their teeth. And the reason is that if we are not using our teeth and we don't have a teeth, the bone is going to slowly retract. Is that the I need to start working on that mouth a little better, because I think that that's an issue right now for me. So I'm going to correct this area right here. And this is for me as well one of the most difficult areas because I'm trying to show multiple things. Even though I'm not painting Ian McKellen, he's starting to look like him. For some reason. Maybe I subconsciously influenced you. I think you did. I think you did because we talked about him, and I was thinking about, because if I'm not mistaken, in the movie they gave him nose prosthetics. I believe they did, to make his nose bigger. And then if the eye are this, nose is this, okay, the mouth is going too low, so it has to go a different way. So I'm doing the same thing. I'm thinking about the center lines, right? So if my eyes are this way, my nose has to go this way, has to be parallel, and my mouth has to be parallel. But I'm getting a little bit more of distortion here because I'm working with the perspective. So if you think about the cube, so this would be how I think about that. So this would be the center line, and then these lines are converging into one. That means that eyes are going to be this way, nose is going to be here, and the mouth are going this way, right? So I'm thinking about that cube and that they're merging slightly. You can think of them as they're parallel, but if you merge them slightly, depends on the orientation. But it has to be from a three-quarter view. If you have it like really front side, then you go just straight lines, or parallel lines rather, I'm sorry, parallel lines. And also another thing is that not only they're parallel, they're curving, right? So this is as close to me maybe as the nose, as the form curves and then goes away. And this is all going to drop into that shadow. And then I'm going to bring it from a shadow. But the light side on this side is way lighter than on this side. Why? Because if I put light as strong as here, I will break the form and this would jump out at me because of the strong contrast. Yeah, I'll take the blame. Interesting. I have no idea. I'll have to investigate that later. I'm not sure. I think that that's what they did. I'm still assuming that we're talking about these prosthetics. So correcting, and the same thing goes here as the beard curves. So I am going to create a shadow underneath just a little bit to show the volume, because again, beard has a bottom plane, side plane, and top plane as every other simplified object. And I can push this even lighter maybe. But if I do this lighter, it might actually break the form right here. That means that instead of making this lighter, nose needs to be more likely darker, or maybe a little bit more saturated. So I created a little bit more of that. Contrast there. So this is going to be flare of that nostril right here. I made it slightly more vibrant, and then I'll just hit it with a little bit of lighter value right here to show that top plane, or and then a side plane. It's right here. And then also I need a slightly cooler version of that, because I want to show the half tone that it's right here underneath the nose. Half tone, and then shadow, which can be, we can make it warmer since I have a warmer. Yep. And these adjustments are really hard to see, but this is going to be a shadow right here underneath his nose that I was missing. And then we can put the lighter beard right here. Immediately it's just going to pops out at us. On this side. And since I'm working from imagination, I'm searching this. I don't know if this is going to work, if it's true or not, right? If you're working from life, it's way easier because I would just look and see, oh, this is what's happening. I don't see this, I'm inventing it out of nowhere, out of thin air. And maybe correct this this way, more, like so. And then again, I corrected it there, and right now I created the harsh line. So this form, it's not turning, it's cutting, right? So it would be like very, very sharp. So either he's a cube and there is a harsh line there, or I have a hard transition there. So I'm going to find the value in between them, and then value in between them, and soften it slowly. So I have a soft transition, right? Because all my painting is soft right now. There is no note, not even one, not even nothing. There is no line there whatsoever. The only line that was there was to help me visualize the center line. And I'm thinking that maybe I could just throw like a little something here. And I'm trying to mix, because compositionally I don't like it. It's not complete and I need something to actually. So I throw a green right there. Yeah, I don't know, I just felt like, okay, I have red, I have blue, I have shadow, I'm missing green, so let's have fun with the green a little bit. And it does not necessarily mean that he has a green clothes on him, but I need something to show the grayness of a beard, and I just don't have any other tool right now. Right, so I want to create a little bit of that visual adjustment for myself, right? But these are flat shapes right now, and I want them to stay flat for now, because I'm not interested in the volume at this moment, at this point. I'm interested in the shape, and shape, it's two-dimensional, volume, it's three-dimensional. And I start with the shape, and then I go into volume. Unless I am satisfied, I don't move past that. So if you find yourself still working on the shapes while I am painting a portrait already, that means that either I skip this important stage, or you need more time to develop your own aesthetics and things that you like. And this immediately helped me to frame it a little bit. But then I have this shape, and it's exactly the same as this shape and this shape. What is this, what abomination of a composition? Rembrandt is right now turning his back on me in the grave, for sure. I'm picturing him, why did you betray me? Okay. Well, maybe I could make him slightly, just a touch wider. So I'm going to change his face a little bit since we are experimenting. And when I say change, because like I said, he started to look a little too much like Ian McKellen. And I want to, I'm not necessarily painting him, it's just since he's in my head visually. So I'm going to try combat that and make his face a little wider. So he's going to be slightly better fed, Gandalf. So I'm going to push that cheekbone a little bit towards this direction. Okay, right now he's starting to look a little too chubby. That's okay, no worries. Don't care that much because bad painting Friday. I know you're watching me and you're like, dude, why are you actually telling us something? Okay, so I'm making it slightly bigger. And then I need to push the shadow a little bit more. I think that's the problem. Not necessarily push a little bit more, but be a little bit more decisive with that shadow. And when I say decisive, I don't mean that I'm going to make a hard edge. I just want to make a clear distinction between shadow and light. So this is all can be in the shadow. This side of a nose can be in the shadow. This could be in the shadows. So this is in the shadows of Moria. Maybe give him a little bit more of these wrinkles right here. Since you guys were complaining that he's 2,000 years old. Literally no one is thinking that. Literally I was thinking that. All the transparency, all that transparency pigments are making it challenging to work on oil primed canvas, but it gives a cool effect, I think. I have to show that later. Of course, here's the thing. That's not that you have to. If you want to, I'll be more than happy to check it out. You know how I love art and how I love doom scrolling in Pinterest in search of cool stuff. So definitely. I'm looking at the mixtures on the palette and I can't get the right values because as soon as they dries, they look completely different. I need adjustment period for this. I really love it. You do? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I am not satisfied. This is not the Gandalf that I want. So I really have to push myself to do better. Not necessarily, and this is, you know, this is what bothers me, why I cannot sleep. It's not necessarily, I'm not concerned about the way how, you know, the painting looks right now. I am concerned with the fact that he's not giving me the vibe that I'm looking for when it comes to Gandalf. So I really want to work more on that. And actually, we are past the 4. I didn't even realize that we are already after that. The only thing that I'm realizing is it's getting darker. I don't know if you can still see what's happening there. You have to let me know if the conditions are going to get really, really bad. Then we will reconvene. More beard on this side, yeah, because it's overlapping. And it's going this way, and maybe just throw some shadows here because of the hair strains or something, I don't know. Yeah, that's why I'm using the reference. It helps. Yeah, yeah. At the moment, it's fine. It's getting dark here as well, and I wanted to add some facial features before I have to stop. That same for me. It's just a. But since this is a. You know, we can think of that as a preliminary painting, and we can continue on this. I can do whatever I want with this. But I'm more and more realizing more and more that there is a difficulty for me with acrylic to do not necessarily detail work, but making sure that I have all the values there. For somehow it's throwing me off a little bit. For some reason, I don't know what's happening. Maybe I could throw a little bit of a light here on this side of the eye. Just a touch to give him a little bit more. Give him more eye. Right here, that will be catching a little bit of light from there. And maybe, just to show, maybe this could go a little higher up. Light right here. And it could be softer, and it shows the side of the head, and it kind of create a little bit more of a diagonal with the light. So I'm going to hit it here and here and here. Okay, yeah. So I have a clear shadow, and maybe I could push it a little bit more here and show the side of that a little bit more this way. Okay, and then maybe this is too, maybe right now I feel that I might be able to do this little lower even. I pushed it higher. Right now I decided to widen his face, so maybe it deserves to go a little lower. Like so. And again, I'm pushing it on this side because I'm compensating for the angle. You see how, and I immediately went, because I still have the center line right here, and for some reason I again went for this misleading one. That's not the one that I'm looking for. It's not the proper center line. Right? So immediate mistake, caught while flying. So this has to go in again, right there. Soften it a little bit. And you can see, me too, I have like a harsh line here, so I'm just going to soften it. Just go through it with some pigment. This is way too dark here right now. It looks like he's he's trying to spit a demon out of his mouth. Mine is turning into mud. I'm glad we are stopping. But, and you know what? Even if it's turning in mud, it's okay, because we can bring it back. I promise you that we can bring it back. Mine was all over the place. I had lines through this, and I'm still painting into it, right? If it's turning into mud, there is a time to do some adjustment. Clean your palette, clean your brush, and start mixing a new pigment with the pigment, not that you need, but that you like, the color that you like. Okay, Tolkien Princess. That's what it is. So you see, I have a lot of dirt here, or a lot of bad things, bad mixtures. I can't really judge it properly. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab, and this is the reason why I like the kind of like a baking tray or something like this, because I can just scrape the pigment from there, even the old one, because it's very slippery surface, right? So I cleaned my palette, and I'm going to start again. I need a nice light values right here, and I need to correct the beard, and I need to harmonize. So I'm getting fresh new white and fresh new red, and I see that I need more white, and I created something that is really pink. So I'm going to add a little bit of yellow to warm it up, and I have an orange and that kind of a reddish that is very close when you look at my arm to a color of my arm. It's not exact, but it's very close to it, right? And it might look extremely bright on the on your screen, but check this out. I'm just going to put it here, and let's wait. And this is just going to dry out completely, and you're going to be barely able to see it. With such a high saturation. So if you're trying to mix color that you think that is there, forget it. Mix the color that you like. That's the answer to most of your problems. Mix the color that you like, not that you necessarily need, if that makes sense. And maybe I could throw some gray hair. So I'm mixing again. New batch, straighted as clean as it can be, maybe like so, picking it up here, and maybe I could just throw some hair this way. And it's just, I'm just testing it. Why? Because I want to break. I'm not painting his hair right now. I want to destroy this repetition of a shape. And as we talk, you can see how the brush stroke, the mark that looks too orangey right now, how when it dries, it's just fade away. And this is why this is why I have a difficulty with acrylics, because by the time I mixed another pigment and I want to place it next to each other, this one already dried out, and I can't judge it properly. So this is actually forcing me to work slightly faster. So I'm pushing the hair in, not because I want it, not necessarily because I see it on some reference or somewhere, or there is a model posing this way, because I want to break that unevenness. And then maybe I could just combat that on the other side right here to give him that kind of a diagonal with this, pushing this area right here. Right? So these are design choices. Or maybe on this side, it should go the other way around, so I'll push you this way. I don't know. I'm just throwing it there. And still I have to fix the mouth. So there's going to be another thing. I have that, and then let me just maybe move this way with one brush stroke, with a large brush, with the thick bristles. I'm just placing it on the top. And as it goes, this needs to be a soft transition because that's breaking the form, right? And you can see that suddenly, with 3 brush strokes, he has completely changed his a beard. And these are only experiments. This has nothing to do with anything that I would see or observe or copy from existing one. That's why I feel so unease when it comes to copying from photograph, because it gives you only one way to think about the problem. It limits you. It limits me. It does not necessarily. And then again, I can actually throw some hair here. Remember, because I wanted to show that, and that might be a little too much, too far out. Doesn't really matter. Who cares? It's Bad Painting Friday. I needed to see it. I experimented it. I don't like it. That's okay. That's fine. So maybe I can push a little bit of that blue into my black and start maybe pushing that darker values here, right? Run, you fools. That's the whole day I have this in my head. Run, you fools. It's the moment when he's the fight with the Balrog, when he's dropping down. And then maybe show a little bit of this right here, the darker value, to give him a little bit more character. And then I should probably correct this. Should go maybe this way, somewhere here. And then maybe even this way, like so. That would be better for a composition that I'm looking at right now. So I move this right now so visually it doesn't pollute. I'm going to quickly grab a white, and I want to get rid of this. So I can see and I would do this with oil pigment as well. But I would mix the color of the background. But right now, since it's white, I just threw the pure white there, and that's it, because I wanted to change the shape. And you can see right now how the form is broken, because there is a dark line on this side and on this side. If I have a light here, this has to go softer. So I'm going into a lighter blue. And I'm just going to soften it slightly and create a little bit more of a transition. Unified it a little bit, cool, nice. Maybe throw some of that here on the bottom, just randomly, doesn't really matter. Maybe on this side a little bit here, so we know that it's blue. It's blue hat, because Gandalf, the only thing that I know that he had a blue hat. That's the only thing that I remember. And I create a little darker value here, which immediately bring the light a little bit more. Because I'm afraid that I cannot go light. Not that I can't. I have to be mindful about go lighter. And I'm pushing this even lighter right here, because this is going to be where the light is on this one. And I can even go further, because Rembrandt, right? I can just throw a little bit of light right here on the rim of his head, right? Just showing that it has edge, and it's maybe catching a little bit of that light from there. And as it goes away, I can maybe punch the saturation and make it darker, right? This is a quick adjustments that will help me to make, and suddenly he has a form on his and volume rather on his head, and I'm just going to slowly merge this into a background. And I need something from the other side, so maybe some white pigment should be here as well, or something, I don't know, right? And I'm starting to get into the environment and into that fun stuff on top of the shape. So I'm going to push it right now, and let's say Okay, I need a little bit more space right here, right? So I would just do this, and maybe I need more of that green. So I'm gonna push the green pigment a little bit more. Right here, because it's kind of important. Maybe it needs to be lighter. And the reason why I'm pushing this green, like I mentioned, I want to make sure that, because I'm working with the limited palette, I have to do some sacrifices and adjustments. I don't have that many pigments and colors and variations, right? So he's for now going to be green-gray, or gray leaning more towards green. So I have a difference in the hue between his beard, his beard, shadow, and I can create. Great for Andre. I learned a lot today. Awesome, that's perfect. Then that you should actually applaud yourself, not to me, because that's, you know, that's what's up. That's what's up. And when you look at this for me would be just underpainting, just the preparation for painting. That's what, you know, when you look at that, when we think about the Cyril and Methodius painting, this is how I would start. This is the thinking process behind all that. And right now, if I really want to, I can get into that a charcoal stick, right? And I can start pushing these ones even more and get a little bit more of the adjustment, because this is acrylic, and it dries, and I can start developing the eye a little bit more, so I can find a little more of that specific thing. I want a little bit more open eye, because we more open the eye, it gets a little bit more genuine. When we're squinting, we look like we are angry, right? So I'm trying to make that. And I can take like a smaller brush, maybe even, and start adjusting these things. That would be a really light area right here, almost like a. And if I were to paint with oil, I would just put like almost like a tear right there. Why? Because eyes are moist. Then also I would push a little bit more, and we're getting into details. And when I say details, I mean like a small adjustments. I would put like a little lighter value underneath, so we can see that light is showing through. And then I would reserve the darker only for the what's the black moist? Well, yeah, well, it's not that famous moist critical, but it's just that they are really, eyes are really, that's why we actually blink, because we need to re-moisturize. Re-moisturized eyes. Okay, I'm getting really extremely poetic today. Okay, so next order of bit, because you know and here right now I can spend 2 or 3 days, but this is the problem area. If I start adjusting and creating more and more information right here, only to realize the mouth are in the wrong position, only to realize that mouth, this eye, nose, and the head and the composition is right, this eye needs to be moved, you would be reluctant to move it. I mean, you wouldn't even dare to move it. You'd be like, oh, I painted it. This is so important for me. I spent so much time rendering it, so on and so forth. It's not the best way. right? Yeah, it's not the best way if you want to improve, because you are so, like, you see like all these happy faces and smiles, I can move with them however I want. I can still go into this and I have no problem. DM7, she already knows. I'll just cover it again with something else and I'll start painting over on top. I don't really mind that, because unless it's really, really what I want, there is no reason for me to continue with this. And I think that I turned this eye more towards not only the way he's looking, but also the eye socket. I turned a little bit more that way. So I have to straighten it up, because he's looking a little bit more towards us. And I have like a, I do, yeah. Right, so I'm just going to bring it a little bit more towards me. So I'll just give this a little bit more space to exist. And again, I'm looking for the expression. I want him to be that, you know, I'm in quiet mode because I'm speeding up my work due to dooming darkness. Yeah, yeah, I understand that. And I'm right with you there, so I should speed up. And correcting this again here, I want that shadow even more maybe on this side. It's kind of covering his eye this way. And I'm getting rid of that sharp eyebrow, because first I want to see what I'm looking at right now. It's the division between face and blue head, and I'm looking on this distance between these two. With eyebrows and all the information, I can't really judge it properly, or it's difficult for me to judge it properly rather. And then this might be like a too harsh of a line, so I'm softening it, because again, I talked about this with Rembrandt. Maybe it could go this way even. So this is where the line that it's going. So his head, his blue head, it's a little bit more under the angle, right? This way, which is giving more shadow on this side right here. But I have to show, and this is important because this dark spot shows me the edge of the face. I need to have the transition there, because if I don't have it, I'm just going to move this shadow right here where I want to have it, but it's going to kind of merge with this, and it's going to look like he does not have enough space on this side or for his face. Maybe I could put a little bit more of that eye right there, and the eye socket, eyelid, eyelid, and curve it inside in. So we get that nice kind of an open eye, and the feeling that, remember that moment when he looked at Frodo. He didn't look at Frodo, but you remember they were sitting in that. This is what I'm picturing. That's why I'm probably hitting it. It looked at Ian McKellen for a while, because I was picturing that beautiful, beautiful acting that Ian McKellen did when they were sitting and they had that secret council and they were arguing about stuff. And then, in that arguments and fight, Frodo said that I'm going to take it to Mordor. And that beautiful relief in the face and hope in Ian McKellen's face, it was so powerful. I have a goosebumps right now because I'm thinking about it. And you know what's going to happen? I'm going to use the projector that I use for a painting, and I'm gonna. It's getting darker. I'm gonna watch Lord of the Rings. I'm gonna enjoy the moment, and I'm gonna have fun. And then I'm going to refresh my memory, and I can go back to this painting, and I can start adding more and more information that I missed. Maybe I could push this a little bit more this way. So I covered it with shadow, and then I brought the light back there because I felt like maybe, and right now this eye looks way bigger than this one. So I have to adjust it, and you would be like, oh, how am I going to adjust it? I have to change the whole eye. No, it's just, I'm just going to push this a little higher up, and it's small again, done, right? It's just the decisions then, and more you do this, the easier these decisions are going to be for you, right? So we're slowly, and then this area is kind of nice. This is extremely patchy, right? It's another problem. So I'm going to make it a little bit more uniform by glazing on top of it. I don't know if this would work, if this is going to work with acrylic pigments, but that's what I would do with oils. And then I have to go back to nose, and I know that I'm skipping and jumping a lot because I'm trying to speed up the process, so you guys don't. It's in no way, shape, or form I'll be able to actually finish this today, but I still want to get as far as I possibly can. So I again started with really, really hard saturation because as it dries and the layers are going to kick in, it's just going to get way more desaturated. And then I'm thinking about the circular shape of the nose, or the cartilage rather, right there. And I'm going to bring a little bit of a halftone, and again, I'm trying to create a little bit more of that, what would you call it? A little bit more of that volume together with halftone, with saturation. I don't know. I'm trying to invent words and it's not happening. And you can see I already polluted this batch of a pigment because I went with a grape. So it looks okay right now, but as soon as I put it right here and it dries out, it's going to be too dark. And I want some, right now it looks okay, but as it dries, it's going to change, and maybe even it's going to start showing a pigment underneath. I don't know, I have to test it. But I want to make this transition right here between his nose. And I'm trying to create a transition that it not necessarily only value, but also the saturation. So I have that nice transition and kind of a soft cheek. Next week, I hope we can learn some wispy hair. Yeah, of course. We should work on these again next week. We definitely could. We definitely could. I have no problem with that. Same from the other side. I'm trying to, make sure that I have a nice, maybe a little bit here as it goes into his eye, right? So just a little more detail, a little bit more opening. Maybe I could open his eye even more and push a little lighter value here, so he looks even more relieved that Frodo is going there and he's going to make it work. And luckily, Samwise, it's with him, because without the Sam, Frodo would be eaten. A little bit more. I still am not sure about the eye right here. It needs to go up a little bit more this way. Yeah, and then I need more information, slightly darker value, to open this a little bit, just a touch. So I have that little bit of that triangle from one side to another, because that's going to show me asymmetry. So I'm just pushing it, punching it, adjust a little bit. Still the nose needs to go lighter. And I know I'm jumping because these are the things that I immediately have to make a better shape right here. Why would that change so much? Yeah, these are these little adjustments. As soon as you start believing in the process and in yourself, actually not even in the process, in yourself, that you can fix these problems, and you get out from that childhood trauma of going to school and being wrong and receiving a bad grade, you're gonna be golden. You're just gonna have so much fun with this. Maybe give him a little bit of that highlight, and then a little bit of the cast shadow underneath. So I turn his eye towards me, and similarly, I want to do the same thing right here. Put this little lower and this little higher. This little higher, and then he needs to have a little lighter value in the eye. And right now you'd be like, oh, you just bump into different, okay, you bumped, so okay, so I'm just gonna repaint it again. And then maybe I should do a little lighter value on this side right here. I hope that my head is not in the way. Okay, because I'm getting closer and I'm trying to make details, and my hands are shaking. Right, I'm slowly starting to go into this more and more. Maybe even more right here, because I want to punch those eyes. Right, and again, I'm already with eyes, and I had told myself that I'm not supposed to, because I don't have a nose and a mouth, and I'm overdoing it. You see how I am susceptible to making these not wrong decisions, but I really want to go further with that. I want to develop it. I want to make sure that it looks good. I'm on camera, right? The pressure is up. So let me see. There is a shadow right here. Right here, I should show the nose. Right there and there. Let me do nostrils, and that would solve a lot of problems. But nostrils are not dark. Okay, so this would be the shape. Okay, so I have this, this, and this. Okay. Right, that means that this shadow needs to go more this way. Cool, yeah. More here. More this way. Nice. And then I need a slightly darker value here, because I'm going to dip his nose a little bit lower because it's bigger. So I'm going to break it this way. And I'm slowly, really slowly going to develop the same idea like with the eyes. Very slowly, not even worrying about thing, because it's just a painting that I can adjust. And maybe we could give him that like doubled nose, a doubled the one that has a crease in the middle, because the one that sees the cartilage a little bit more. Perhaps that would be cool. There's a top plane, and I'm going to make it lighter because it's right here, right? And nose starting to go forward a little bit. the side of the nose, or the flare, or what's the, and then softening it a little bit. Okay, so I'm starting to popping up, and right now this crease looks too, I don't know, too, this is too much, so I have to soften it. I have a crease on the other side because it's on the both sides. Okay, the nose is starting to jump out. Oh, I'm sorry, I was not paying attention to chat. Okay, I posted mine. Oh, let me see. Quick break, so I can check the Discord. I'm holding my brush. I have to put it back into. Okay, so something is happening here. Something is happening here. Oh wow, DM. Now we're talking. See, and you were, complaining that it's not working. What are you talking about? Awesome. Perfect. And you catch that nice rim light around that head. It's perfect. I'm just going to steal a couple of ideas that you just put there. Position and I'm sorry, I'm zooming in and checking on the stuff, so I got quiet. Yeah, awesome. And right now, the only thing, a DM, we talked about this before, you already have the nice rim light, clean your palette, and go with the straight, just a straight, nice, clean pigment on top of it. Test it with the beard, just really go for it. And when I say go for it, I mean this. I have my painting right here, right now. I want you to do this. Just a second. I want you to do this. This is my pure white. I'm going to use pure white, and I have a beard. And right now, this is the light area. So this is what I'm going to do. Just have fun a little bit with that pigment, and really load your brush, and just start experimenting with how am I going to place it? What it's going to create, what kind of, and I know this sounds crazy, but you have to, I stole it from a reference, it doesn't really matter where did you stole it from, but this is what I want you to push into that beard. Because look at Rembrandt. Rembrandt did those white colors and all kinds of crazy things, so he can create that feeling of reflected light in the shadow, so it looks nice. And that's the only thing that it's missing, because right now you have a beautiful soft shadow in his face, but you don't have a light on the beard. Not the glaze on top of it, but dry brush it. Because I want you to experiment with the texture, because you're going to get these, I don't know if you can see it right now on my, let me just zoom maybe on it. And this is with acrylic, so I'm going to zoom. You see how the pigment, it's textured, right? Because right now you have a little bit there. I can see it in the corner. I don't know if it's a part of a beard or if it's a shoulder already starting. I'm not sure, but there is a lighter values. In order to do this, you have to scrape everything that you have on your palette, clean your brush, and squeeze the paint, and it's going to be fresh paint. I would recommend you to grab a little a dab of Indian yellow and the loads of white. What does glaze over mean? Well, glaze means we have two techniques. We can either glaze, that means that your pigment is thin and transparent, and you put like a very thin layer on top of your existing pigment. Glazing was used throughout the Renaissance a lot. Okay, I'll give it one more go before I rip. And here's the thing, you can throw it there right now, and if you don't like it, next week you just scrape it or send it away, and that's it. Like I have a personal chef cooking dinner for me, crockpot, so all good. Oh, I did, you know what I did? Yesterday I cooked rice, so when I get home, I can do a stir-fry rice real quick. But it's gonna take a while. But what I'm trying to say, before you guys sign off, because I see that you guys are already hungry and tired, because if you are not familiar, or if you don't paint every day 4 hours, it's more than enough for you. But I want you to really think of, and I'm doing this with acrylic, right? It's even easier to do this with oil. Not even that. Right now, when I have this much pigment there, I can right now carve into it. So I want to beard go this way, so I'm just going to place my brush there and check what's happened. I'm just going to calmly and collect, cool and calm and collect brush stroke, and I change the direction of the striations of the beard. This is Rembrandt 101. Go and check it. This is how he's creating it. He's loading his brush with pigment. You will never get the texture unless you put something there. This is completely off when it comes to placement and value and everything. But hear me out. I can wait right now, it dries out, and I can start dry brushing on top of it in a different direction. And I'm going to create something, like check this out. This is the white that I put there, and it's going this direction, and this is a black that I'm gonna go on top of it. I'm gonna try to, and this is how they're going to interact, and I'm going to have optical mixing between dark and light, instead of trying to paint every little piece. When you look at Rembrandt, the efficiency with the brush and application, it's, I don't have a word for it, it's just the sound, and it's that good. It is that good that I'm lost from words. And other thing is, if you work with the limited palette, you have to push the saturation, you have to push the chroma, otherwise you won't be able to get a full range of you're not going to get enough from your pigments. You already limit yourself. Okay, I'm trying to put the, so you guys can see again the whole thing, because right now it looks like a white spot right there when it's supposed to be. So right now, instead of going into a mixture, I'm just going to dab into my black, into my white. I'm going to pick it up, and I'm going to try one more time. Okay, one more time. One more time. And maybe different direction, just for fun, because maybe it will, there are some, he has some kind of a, I don't want to say dreadlocks, but he's an old dude. He's not really caring that much about maybe he's not in a maybe he's not in that what is barbershop every day, right? Posted a finished picture. Guys, you're already finishing with pictures, and I'm just, and I'm supposed to be here. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Now we're talking. That's awesome. See, and DM, if you look at Ace's, if I'm putting it correctly, Ace's beard, like he's putting these brush strokes there. They're creating kind of an extra a layer on top of because he's working monochromatic, there is very little, not very little, there's way less options that you have. So, you know, you have to take advantages of all of them. That's a great work. That's a great work. You can be extremely proud of this. And I look a little, oh, okay. I understand. I just wanted to ask if you actually have some background with Chinese masters, because this is the way how they paint. And Zhao Mingwu is one of them. He's a very successful when it comes to this. It's a really great picture. It's a really great picture. And coming back to a Tolkien princess, right now we talked about glazing. So right now I would take just a pure pigment. Let's say that I want his skin to be warmer. So I would take a pure pigment, I would dilute it with a medium, so it's extremely runny, almost like water, and I would smear it on top of this great painting, not because I want to destroy it, but because it would be like a colored layer that would show still all the values underneath. So usually students are prohibited from creating glazes, because glazes are going to work only on the top of already nice form. And there is another method, and it's called dry brush. And dry brush again creates the similar thing, that you are placing something on top of another thing, or pigment, one pigment on top of another, with the idea that you are not how would I put this? Okay, so this would be a dry brush. I have my pigment and paint, and dry brush is actually what I was doing. I'm just placing it on the top, on an existing thing. Not everywhere. I'm not trying to just rub the pigment in and just create a one continuous value. No. What I'm actually I'm actually trying to use these. Let me just zoom it in, maybe one more time. I am trying to use these, the thickness, because that's going to get another, it's going to add a texture, but it has almost like that a relief kind of a feel, that it's almost like a sculptural thing, right? And because of the light that it's coming from the window, it creates its own small shadows. You did not paint a shadow, you created a shadow by placing this kind of a brush strokes. This is very advanced thing. You shouldn't overdo it. You should be careful with this. But it's one of the things that you might want to have in your in your repertoire. I don't know how to say these things in English, I'm sorry. In your portfolio. Right? And then by these directional brush strokes, you remember yesterday I was working on the painting the Cyril and Methodius, and I was doing that brush strokes with that card directional this way, because I wanted to push that diagonal, right? So they would be more like here, right? And you can see that you still see what's happening underneath, and my pigment is skipping. This is a dry brush. Somewhere it hits, somewhere it skips. This is interesting technique. It's not that easy to control it, right? And then I can go, and since these are acrylics, they are going to slowly, not slowly. They're going to dry out, And right now I can go and do another direction this way with a different pigment. And again, this is a dry brush. So you can see how thick. Let me again zoom in, maybe a little bit more. I need to do this. Just a second, my apologies. I just, working with camera in the one hand and the brushes in the other. It's not really. Okay, now I guess this is as close as I can get with the camera. So, and it's kind of, it's kind of dark, so I don't think you're going to be able to see it. But this is what the dry brush means, and also you're getting a sculptural texture to it. That will be another way how to describe dry brush, or how to experiment with dry brush. But you have to be ready to use a lot of pigment, and you have to be ready that if this is wrong and you don't like to have it there, this is what needs to happen. You just then need to simply scrape it away. And you have to be careful, because you not always can scrape all the way into your canvas, right? So it's still going to be little traces there. But then as it dries and as it works, you can right now start scratching into it and create a little bit more of that kind of desirable effect or feeling for the beard. Because right now it looks like an abstract art. We all agree about that this is abstract art, but as you go further, it's starting to look more like a beard, right? Because you're supposed to look at that from a distance, right? So these are different techniques that you want to have in your how would I put this? You want to have this in your bag of skills. Because right now, if I work specifically only with if I work with monochromatic pigment, and it's all monochromatic, I need to same as Ace has. I need to actually start thinking about other ways to describe differences between a certain textures, because I don't have color, so I can't tell you that the head is silky smooth and blue, let's say. I can't show the difference between, I don't know, like a cotton and cashmere. And right now I'm just throwing the names back and forth of a different fabrics, right? So, and the beauty of Bad Painting Friday is that I made the huge yellow line there, and I made this and that. I don't care, because I'm going to incorporate into a composition. I can always paint on top of that. You posted update? Okay, let's see. I'm sorry, I'm back and forth. All right, yes. DM, even bigger brush. You have a small brush. Take a brush that is probably a size of half of his beard. That kind of brush, I mean, that kind of a big brush. And do first a long brush stroke, not the short one, but long from top to bottom, and try to move. Let me show you this is what I mean. Let me just squeeze a little bit more white, because it's easier to see on the canvas, because it's dark right now. So I am going to, you see how much white do I have there, like the dot? So this is what I'm going to do. I load my brush with the pigment. My brush is loaded with pigment, and I'm going to go. And I can decide it's a direction from here to here or from there to there. I'm thinking about if there is a light form, and the biggest part of the light, it's right here, right in the head. So I would start there, because that's where the most of the pigment is going to go, right? And then I'll just can start spreading and moving and adjusting it whenever way I want. In your case, I'm loading the brush with the pigment again, and I'm going to drop it like this right here. And then I can be, oh, this is not exactly what I'm looking for. I like to go back and then move it and then start carving into it with my brush. And as my brush moves and works, I let it do its magic. I let it do its magic because I'm not going to control. This is something in watercolor when you don't know which areas are damp, which areas are completely wet. It's just a randomness. Yeah, I definitely need to get a bigger brush for that. Yeah, and you just need to I just throw it there. Who cares? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Maybe viewers, they're caring because they don't, they're not going to look or anything like this disgusting that I did. But this is that exploration stage for me. I am doing whatever I want, and I am not necessarily pressured by peers. You guys have way better paintings than I did today. And I mean it. Way better. It's way more interesting to look at. They are way more, they are composed better. All this is going for you guys. And that's amazing, that's awesome. That's important part. Or most important part for me. That you guys are enjoying it. I know, and I did this and I know that I can fix it. I have nothing to prove, so your feedback is much appreciated. Oh, that's cool, that's awesome, that's awesome. And just to finish the thought before I go, because it's already 5 and it's going to be completely dark. Another thing is that I can see that my paper is buckled, so, and when the paper is buckled, you can see, oops, you can see how the portrait changes if I move it. It's really weird. That's why I don't like to work on the paper that is buckled, because then I can't really judge the values properly. So I have this white right in my brush, and I'm gonna dab into black. That was too much. I'm gonna prepare it, and I see it this way. Okay, cool. And right now I'm gonna do another brush stroke. And I'm gonna enjoy it, and I'm just still moving. Maybe switch to another side into his beard right there. Same with another one. Maybe I want to go this way here, and then I press it here because that's going to be lighter right here. Maybe I want like a little bit more interest there. Another thing, I'm going this way here, twisting, moving, pulling, and move. This has nothing to do with his beard yet. I learned from all of you guys. Exactly, I'm so happy that we're working together on this, and that's the part of the interesting thing about this idea of stream, working alongside me rather than just me entertaining you with something that has no actual value to you. Right? So, and I can leave this as it is right now, or I can scrape it, or I can do whatever I want with this. Right now, at this point, I would just, what I want to do most is this, and I'm gonna do it because I can. Try to stop me. I want to have that hair going from here all the way into his face, like so. Bam, try stop me. No chance, no chance. But I would restrain from doing this at the beginning. I would leave this for the end, when I'm super sure that this is where I want it to be. And you're crazy, but I like it. Welcome to the asylum, DM. You keep forgetting what is the name of the channel. And this is nothing that you have to do. But it's just, I have a paint right here. I would go and I would scrape it and I would throw it away. I may as well to play with it a little bit. I deserve it. I've been here all day painting, right? And when I hold the brush, you see, like, I'm all the way in the back. This is, I wish I have an even longer brush, and my hand is always extended. I kind of get used to it. And when I want to do something precise, I don't go with my brush like this. Very, very rarely you see me do this, because I need to see and I need to control the brush. So instead of that, I grabbed another hand and I'm moving like this with the whole hands. Like, it's almost like a, so I can go here and I can put a, let me get a little bit more white before we go. um, I can actually grab the pigment right here, and you can see that I have a little small kind of a, it almost looks like it's going to drop down from it, right? I can take that, I can come right here, hold my hand properly, and I'm just going to put a blick in his eye right there. Just a dot, if I want to at the end, with the large brush. There is no reason for you to use small brushes unless you absolutely need them. And you see how that light, bright spot right there just completely changes and shifts everything around? How powerful that is? This is the contrast as it best. This is way too much that you would ever see. So the second thing that I would do right now, I would take the other side of the brush and perhaps lift it a little bit from there, right? Or push it or press it in a little bit more so it doesn't jump at you that much. These are all the things that we can do, experiment, have fun with. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, you keep forgetting that I'm crazy. I know. Not that I'm crazy. I don't think I'm crazy. It just looks stupid. But look how much, like with the random things, how much more presence that beard suddenly has. And I was not even thinking about the beard. I was just looking at the direction. It's not right, it's not correct, but the randomness and these happy accidents, you right now analyze them and move forward, right? Oh, I keep trying to move back and forth on the chair and scroll it back and forth, or slide it rather back and forth. Right, so this is something that I am looking. This is something that I'm searching for when I paint. These little imperfections, or not even imperfection, these little accidents. But I'm forcing myself to do these accidents. Remember, I talked about the fact that I'm trying to be in the studio every day as soon as possible. And not because the muse is waiting here for me. It indicates that it shows up. It would be better if I'm here waiting for it. Same goes for these happy accidents. I'm pushing myself into these. What would you call them? Into this situation purposely. So that's that. Let's keep it here and let's continue next week. This is going to dry, and let's see what we can do next. Maybe I can actually paint with oil on top of this, because it's all acrylic, right? So I created cheaper textures, right? I created textures that are cheaper and quicker, and right now we can start placing a more expensive oils on top of that. So yeah, do you guys have any questions before I signed off? Because it's getting really dark here. I can barely see what is happening, and I don't want to turn on the lights and go into the world of orange because everything's going to be orange if I turn on the lights. All right. And then, of course, there is a Discord right here. So if you guys have any questions there, well, we're in the bed painting Friday section. So we can throw these ideas there. The background will just be blocked in? Yeah. Like solid or chunky? Well, here's the thing. Because I'm creating a kind of a sculptural feel to it, I would keep background smooth, right? Because it's in the distance. I don't want to make background unnecessarily thick, because that would kind of I'm reserving this for the light areas or the areas of interest, right? So all these methods, all these techniques that we are showing to each other or sharing in between, they're supposed to help you to create a better representation of the thought that you're trying to paint. So the high contrast, thick pigment, or the thick application of a pigment, impasto, that's how it's called, I am keeping and reserving for the areas of interest. And as I go away from that focal point, I keep my values closer to each other. I keep saturation closer to each other. I keep chroma rather closer to each other, and I don't put any contrast and any sharp lines whatsoever, right? So same with my camera. If you look right now, this is going to be probably the best example. So I would do something thicker and more paint and more vivid if something is front of the other thing. See, this is my hand. I would paint my hand like full as it is, and look how you can barely see the figure in the back. This is atmospheric perspective. This is how we see it. This is what you should actually aim for. And you can see the beautiful difference between my hand and the painting in the back, and also the skull. A skull is getting even more distorted, right? So that's that atmospheric perspective. Camera, right now, if I put the hand, it's just going to resume, right? This is what our eyes are doing every second. That's what it is. So I would decide, and I would lead your eye through the composition with these techniques. Okay, got it. Thank you for that. It makes sense. Okay, cool. But Tolkien, and everyone actually who's listening, but since you're asking Tolkien Princess, I'm trying to direct it towards you specifically. There is no right or wrong way to do this. It's completely up to you. I described it right now with words. It's not a difficult concept to understand. It's difficult to execute. That's why painting has such a steep learning curve. It's gonna take a while. And when I say while, if you're starting right now, and if you are struggling with these things, it's gonna take, I don't want to scare you, it's gonna take years to get there. So don't throw the brushes tomorrow morning when you try to do this, because it might not happen. I wish for you that I told you that tomorrow morning you're gonna wake up and you are doing this. You have to experiment. You have to find your own way how to use these things. Remember, I talked about alphabet. We all know alphabet. Are you Edgar Allan Poe just because you know alphabet? Well, I doubt that, right? He worked on that. He did a lot of concepts. He did a lot of probably bad writing, right? Before Edgar Allan Poe happens to be Edgar Allan Poe, right? Same thing for painting. You will learn how to use alphabet. Not necessarily means that your words will make sense. I agree with what he's saying here. Alphabet is a great way to compare. It's probably the easiest way for me to describe that. Because, you know, imagine that you would spend so much time learning painting as you spend learning how to read and write. Dude, you would be painting left and right at this point. And not only that, we can all learn different languages. I speak multiple languages, not fluently, maybe not the best example. My English is probably not the best example, but you understand what I'm saying, and that's the most important part. So as long as you're able to get across the message with your paintings, no one cares about the mistakes. How many mistakes in English language I did throughout the stream? Probably a million. you still got the value from that. Hopefully. I'm not saying that if my words are worth gold, but what I'm trying to explain is that language is just a tool, same as a pigment is just a tool. Unless you want to do art for art's sake, that you just want to paint pretty things because you like pretty things, then you don't need to really actually ever bother about any philosophy and any ideas behind that. And that I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that you have to choose. And that's what the Cyril and Methodius painting is about. They brought us language. For me specifically, I know that it doesn't, it's not part of U.S. history, but it's integral part of my history and my development of who we are today. So they brought us a language so we can get educated, only to realize that very few people want to get educated these days. So yeah, and there is so many other great videos that you can watch on YouTube with, they're nicely cut. It has the cool music and visuals. If you want to add a little bit more knowledge on top of what I'm saying, or what we are discussing here, because I'm skipping a lot of not elementary thing, but I'm skipping a lot of these first stages. But we can go through over them as well if you'd like to. I don't mind to draw like very basic shapes and work with very simple palette. Well, this is actually a simple palette, but paint simpler shapes like spheres, bottles, and that kind of stuff. I kind of like it actually. So that might be something that might be even more beneficial than just going directly into a portrait, because that's the most difficult and most advanced form that we know yet. And we spend bigger part of our day to look and observe other faces. We are very, very good with that. So that's why it's so difficult. All right. I'm again ranting too much on absolutely unnecessary things. So you guys should enjoy a painting and rest of the Friday. I'm planning on being here tomorrow. Continue working on the Cyril and Methodius project. So you're more than welcome to join me again with a little bit more. It's going to be a little bit more about the composition again, but the same thing, same principles, same ideas. There are no secrets here. So thank you guys. I going to see what's what is in my what else is in my fridge to do that stir fry rice, and I hope that you guys have your crock pot ready and food ready, and you just can after really good work. It's the warm, hearty, rustic meal. It's something that I'm looking for. So thank you guys. It was awesome today. I really enjoyed this struggle trying to paint with acrylic pigments. You guys did a great job. I really loved what you guys sent and shared with on Discord. And if you're gonna paint and you have some ideas, just post it there, and we'll look at them and definitely appreciate them. No need to be worried or afraid. I believe that this is a safe space for you to share if you feel comfortable. If don't, either way, it's great. It's your decision. So, yeah, have a beautiful rest of my tummy is grumbling. Yeah, mine too. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. So take care. Bye.